Hi, good morning, team. So, are we going to start now or we wait for some others to join?
Okay, thank you.
We will start now.
We only have 240 around participants, but we have 485 around participants. Can
All
we
right.
wait until they look?
Yeah, sure. So,
Thank you.
you let me know. Uh, I'll wait then.
Okay, I will.
All right. Okay. Meanwhile, like let them until they join. Can I have a small discussion with the participant who already participate? Then I
Uh,
can have a uh, maybe we'll wait. Yeah, we'll wait another maybe 10 minutes.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
We'll wait another 10 minutes. Done. I'm good.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you all can hear me. It's a great pleasure. Good morning.
Very good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Dilakshay.
Yes, thank you. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this online GMP certificate program jointly organized by IAS Peradeniya in collaboration with Halcyon Private Limited. And we are honored to have Mr. Rasita Niroshana as our esteemed resource person with over 22 years of professional experience in DNV reflect the depth of expertise he brings to this session. And we are confident that today's session will be both insightful and highly applicable. And we thank Mr. Nirosh for sharing his knowledge with us and wishing you all a productive and engaging learning experience. And thank you all for joining again. And over to you, Mr. Rasita.
Dilakshay, thank you very much. I think we are going to start the program. So thank you very much for the introduction and all. And then initially, when we do the online program, there are like positives and there are negatives. I hope participant can hear my voice as well as they can see the screen, right? So and then I would like to, even though like now we have a big crowd, I would like to have a to have a kind of a very interactive session. So I think like all of you are in the chat, WhatsApp chat, as well as you can use the Teams chat as well. So we'll be doing some case studies. I mean, like even though it's an online program, we'll try to communicate. So whatever the media you use, WhatsApp or even the chat, others can view. So I can give my feedback. Right. So before I start the program, I think like Dilakshay has basically explained about myself. So I'm coming from industry, and then having experience work in different industries, because of the nature of my work, we had to work in a different industry. So I'll try to share the positive experience where we industry from we gathered. Same time, I would like to understand the complexity of this group, right? So we have about 394, 93 people right now. So, like, just tell me, like, just give me a few idea, like, who's coming from industry, what sort of industry are coming, or are you like, or most of you are coming from a academic background, like, you are just students. So, if you can just give me some flavor, like, people who are coming from industry, you don't need to mention the industry name. I'm like, doesn't matter if you mention as well. What sort of industry are coming. So then when I take example, I can take related example. So, and then I would like to have like, this dialogue continuously going on. Otherwise, it will be very boring because like, only I'm looking at the screen. So just give me some feedback from your end. Like, maybe your name and then like, are you coming from industry or you are just a university student following the program? Just let me know. Will take about like just 2 to 3 minutes to understand the complexity of the crowd. Can I get some feedback? Maybe you can use the chat, WhatsApp, or maybe you can on the mic and just explain yourself. Say I'm this person and I'm coming from this industry. Can I get few feedback? If if one person can start, other will follows. That's how we work, right? Can I get one feedback? Can someone break the ice, please? Yes. Yeah, can someone just brief about yourself? Like, don't worry about other things, like nothing. So we're going to have this dialogue throughout the day. So don't worry. So everybody might need to talk. Can someone explain, like, especially people coming from industry? So that will be very easy for me to pick the example, right? Yeah, your mic is you can unmute the mic, right? Shan, you can do that, right? They can unmute the mic and talk, right? Or maybe
Yes,
they can
sir.
use the chat.
They can use both. I given access for the mic.
All right, okay. Okay, I'm getting a feedback. Finally, undergrad agri faculty, biotech, agriculture. So Ruhuna, undergrad student, undergrads, food technology, food science and technology, undergrads, food science, nutrient, environment, undergrads. All right. So we in this crowd, like most of you are undergrads, so no industry people. All right. Okay. Look like say this is a technique we're using. This is kind of a sampling. So I got feedback. Say how many people? Maybe one, two, three, four. All right. Okay. So I'm getting more feedback. So let me check the chat as well. So Fumi said she's from industry. Like Fumi, what industry you're from? If you can just mention the industry as well. Cosmetic. All right. So Fumi from cosmetic. So there's a separate GMP standard coming called uh, 22716, right? There's a separate 1622. Why it's not working? 716. That is for the cosmetic GMP, but we're not going to touch that part today. But of course, the principles will be same. Right. Right. So we have one person from cosmetic industry. Like even cosmetic, there's a GMP requirement, right? Uh, for the cosmetic industry. So you might wondering like, we only talk about food, but the even cosmetic GMP requirement. So and then they are kind of a legal requirement as well. Right. Okay. So I have some idea now. I think like say 90% of you are from the universities, and then few people are there from the industry. Maybe committee can help me on this. Is Am I right? 95% from university, right? Yeah.
Yes, miss.
Trinity, yes, you want to say something. Is 95% from university, right? Is it? So I got one person from cosmetic industry. Is that the complexity? Okay. Righto. Right, let's start. With that understanding, like I'll try to touch up a little bit about the cosmetic GMP part as well. But let's see with the time. So when people started to talk about the GMP requirement, right? Like uh, it basically people think it's pretty mandatory. I mean, like very basic, right? And then most of the time people tend to forget about main requirement or the GMP. But when you talk about the standard, the new standard, FSSC, right? And then BRC, those are kind of advanced standard. Those standards, right? Okay. Uh, Right. So when they talk about this the advanced standard, FSSC and BRC standard, like it's basically managed by not by the ISO portal. If you want, you can check that. So it's managed by GFSI. It's a different portal. So they are very particular about GMP requirement, good manufacturing practice requirement. Like even though earlier it was people consider it's basic requirement. If you check ISO 22000, 2018 or previous standard, 2005 standard, it basically mentioned as per appropriate by the organization. It's not given that much of weight. Right, but when they convert it into ISO 22000, then the standard provide that this technical specification you need to adhere. So can I ask this question from you? So if you identify like most of you are coming from agriculture, biotechnology, food background. So when you analyze the issues in Sri Lanka or the world, food related issues, right? Food poisoning or threat, vulnerability, whatever the issues, what would be the major problem? Is it kind of like advanced issues or pretty much a violation of the basic requirement? See, what do you think? What do you think? Like why there's a biggest problem? Like when you analyze food safety issues, is it due to very high tech situation? We call it critical control point. We are not going to touch today. Those requirement or like pretty much basic requirement. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I need feedback. Stay. Otherwise, it will be very boring here, right? I'm sitting alone and doing this program. So, what do you think? Maybe you can use chat, whatever. Yeah, basic requirement. So, somebody said like critical requirement. Someone said basic requirement. Okay, right. So now, violation of basic. So, what do you think? Sinojan, why you said critical requirement? So one person said like uh, Sinoja Thangaraja. So what do you think? Why you said critical requirement? Any particular reason? What do you think? Tim, don't worry. Your face is not cannot be recognized. Nobody knows who you are. So you can pick the phone and I mean on the mic and talk. I need some feedback. Guys, what do you think? Like people who said like basic. Why you think is basic? Someone said, okay, it's general cleanliness, right? So, yeah, yes, please. I need to hear some voices. Yeah. So I'm getting feedback. So interesting. We have people from pharmaceutical, people from industry, medical device, 13.5. Interesting. Basic requirement. Okay. So why you think basic? Why you think critical? Say in your case, uh, like this year, like now almost 8 months gone. So how many times you had a stomach issue, like food situation? So when you analyze, what are the major problem? Maybe because of the basic requirement, right? So I don't know like why you said the critical, but I'm like if critical there's a serious scenario, but mainly like when they analyze, right, food organization when they analyze, main problem is mainly due to violation of basic GMPs, good manufacturing practices. People go to food production area without washing their hands, right? Or maybe people are suffering from different diseases, or maybe there's no proper pest control system, right? So violation of basic requirement, and then the mechanism we use to monitor or like validate these basic requirements are not effective. There are two important words: monitor and validate. We are going to learn this. So are not effective. So most of the industries are really suffering. Like, when we go for a consultation, like say, for example, people might say, okay, I need to go for ISO 22000. I need to go for FSSC 22000. I need to go for BRC. And then since there are some people already working on the medical device, ISO 13485. And since we have some people about the cosmetic GMP, 22716. So when they said, okay, I want to go for this, so we are not going and like starting with starting with the like advanced thing like concept. Say let's check your temperature. Let's check your pressure. Like let's check your pressure vessels. How do you start monitoring? We don't start with that. Normally, what we start with the basic GMP. And when we analyze the GMP requirement, there are a lot of gaps are there, right? Industry, there are a lot of gaps. So these gaps are like serious issue. So in Sri Lanka there was a there was a boom for virgin coconut oil, right? But right now I'm like everybody started to I'm like I know you have experienced this. Everybody started to have a virgin coconut oil facility factory and all. I'm like there was a huge demand for that, so everybody is very keen on that. Now what happened to that industry? Virgin coconut oil industry, what happened to that? Someone said my sound is not sometimes was not clear. Are we okay now? Is my voice is okay now? Maybe guys you can use the React. So if you think like it's okay, you can put it like this. If it is not okay, there's another one. I don't know. So if it's okay, is my voice is okay now? Yeah. So should be okay, right? Okay. Right. Now tell me, like virgin coconut oil industry. What happened to that industry and why? Anybody knows about it? See, since all of you are coming from food background, all of you are studying. So, what happened to the virgin coconut oil industry? Now, only like big players are maintaining it. I'm like, there are so many factories they start up, but they couldn't continue. Maybe they send one shipment after that, nothing, or not even a single shipment. Why is that? Any idea? Any idea why that happened to the virgin coconut oil industry? Any idea? Virgin coconut oil industry. What happened to the industry? Any idea what happened to the virgin coconut oil industry? Why is that?
Because they might not be able to follow the GMPs.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, they might not mean like they didn't care about the GMP requirement. There's a science behind virgin coconut and the other coconut oil industry. See, virgin coconut oil industry, you can't use the temperature as a killing step. Yeah, so there's a certain requirement because oil has to be white, right? And then even Coconut Development Board has put a kind of a limitation. Your temperature can't go beyond this point. So it's not working as a kind of a killing temperature. So then what happened? Your GMP has to be spot on, right? So then people did not care about the GMP. Virgin coconut oil in industry, you bring the coconut oil, it's an unhygienic product, like with the husk and all. So they remove it, then you do the hatcheting part, that's outside, right? And then you coconut yield is low. Yeah, I agree, right? Government facing challenges, coconut yield is low, high cost of production. Agreed. That is one thing. And then second thing, yeah, production is cost is high. And the second thing, there's an issue with the GMP requirement. See, when you get the white ball, you have to control all the GMP requirement, right? So if there's any contamination, yeast, mold, whatever contamination, right? During the production time, those things are not appeared. Like when you do the QC part, your oil look very white, almost look like a water. But when you send the product to Europe or some other countries, it take about 2 to 3 weeks, right? So with the temperature, you are not using the cold condition, right? It's a normal ambient temperature. You are using the containers, right? When you are sending, if there's any porous, mold or yeast, is what will happen?
Excuse
You
me,
know,
sir.
yeah,
Sir, sometimes your voice is not clear, lagging is happening sometimes.
voice is not clear and lagging, right?
Yes, some
Okay,
participant has informed us about that.
okay. Let me check. Um, I have a. All right. Okay. Let me. Okay. Strength. Just someone let me know if there's any situation like that. Yeah. I think like I have a full strength. Is it good now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just let me know. I can repeat that part. Right. So when you
So,
send. Yeah.
style.
Time to time, sometimes it's okay, but time to time its voice is not clear and the sound is very low in the time to time. That's the
Time to
problem, sir.
time. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Let's see. Maybe I'm using a Wi-Fi, the router. All right, let's see. I'll check on that. I'll just keep eye on the internet strength as well. Yeah. Right. If there's anything, just give me some some mark like indicator. Then I'll try to repeat that part. Right. Okay. So so what happened is when you have when you send the product to Europe, it will take 2 to 3 weeks. So during that time, that's a kind of a nice incubation time for the yeast mold porous, right? So then when you go to the customer end, there was a nice cloud is there. What happened? Yeast mold started to grow, right? So at the beginning, shipment cannot accept by that other end. So that's the main reason. I'm fully agreed now. Coconut yield is low, cost is high, but not because of the cost. Mainly the small players. Because you need to have a two separate staff, which is we are going to learn today. One, we call unhygiene area who do the hatcheting, that part, and then the hygiene area, maybe semi-hygiene and the hygiene area. So we have to be very careful. We should not cross, right? Because there's no high temperature. Killing step is not there, right? So basic violation of GMP can basically end your production, right? End your entire thing, right? So that's one thing, right? Let's move on. So this is me, you know about me, and then what are the learning out objectives? So now I think like you already started to understand the direction we are going on this program. So I need to have interaction with you all. you can talk and then question and then use whatever the media to communicate with me. That will be very easy, right? So basically, like we try to understand the purpose of PRP in food management. So in HACCP, uh, Codex Alimentarius, we call GMP, Good Manufacturing Practices. And then new standard ISO 22, FSSC, BRC standard, we call PRP, Prerequisite Program. So both are same, right? So ISO standard, they call PRP, Prerequisite Program. And then the Codex Alimentarius has HACCP based standard, they call GMP. So we try to understand the purpose of PRP or GMP. And then we are going to stick to one standard, like, kind of advanced standard called TS 2001, 2009. And then this standard has revised 2001, 2025. So we are going to discuss this both standard, each and every element. And we are going to do a lot of case studies, right? And then we try to understand PRP, GMP elements like, cleaning, hygiene, pest control in detail. And then we try to apply real life scenarios and case studies. So you may be wondering how we are going to apply these real life scenarios and case studies. So since like, uh, again, there's issue with the sound. No, right. Okay. Right. So what we try to do is like, since most of you are from like, university background, still undergrads and maybe in final year, maybe you can like, you can check maybe the university kitchen or maybe your home kitchen, right? Like, that will be like, food preparation area. So you can take for the case studies, you can take your kitchen as example, right? So your home kitchen, or if you are staying in a boarding, like, you might be having a food preparation kitchen. Just consider these areas and you can do the case study. Yeah. So if you are coming from industry, that's fine, no problem. You can use it. Otherwise, you take that information. Right. Let me try this also. Let me off the camera and then let's see how good the sound level is. Team, do you think like sound is much better now if I off the camera? Let, let- let's
Uh,
let's let's try a bit.
little bit better.
Little bit better, right? Okay. Right. Okay. So let's continue with without the camera and see. Yeah. Right. Now that's one thing. And then let's move on. So there are, I told you like there are two standards. We are like starting with 1 2009 slash, then this standard has upgraded to 2025 version. So these are like, technical standard supporting FSSC requirement. Uh, why like, anybody knows the difference between ISO 22 and FSSC 22 standard? What is the major difference? Any idea? Any idea? What is the major difference between ISO 22000 and FSSC 22000? What is the major difference? That's what is the major difference. What do you think? What is the difference between ISO 22000 as well as FSSC 22000? There are like, there are a lot of difference, but what is the most critical difference between these two standards? Why ISO 22000 is easy compared to FSSC 22000? Any idea? What do you think? Tim, you don't know about it? See, ISO 22000, when you go for ISO 22000 standard, like all uh, transition to new PRP standard. Yeah. See, there are a lot of changes, but major changes is, so when you go for ISO 22000, all the audit will be planned schedule audit, right? But when you go for FSSC standard, it will be there will be like, out of three, unplanned, unscheduled audit. Like, all of a sudden audit will come. So people know, like, there are few people who coming from industry. Imagine if all of a sudden auditors come to audit your place, what will happen? Right? That will be a challenge. So that's why most of the multinational people, they are very much focused on FSSC 22000 or BRC. They said like, okay, if you have ISO, that's fine, but I need FSSC standard if you want to become our supplier. That's the key requirement. And second thing, ISO is very much 22 very much focus on the, like, HACCP and advanced standard. But FSSC, there's a special segment, look for PRP. This is where we are going to discuss today itself, right? Okay, let's start. Now, in this standard, we are going to today discuss all these things, construction and layout. So these are in detail, right? Utilities, waste disposal, equipment suitability, maintenance and cleaning, pest control, personal hygiene, product information and consumer awareness, rebirth, product recall, warehousing, product transport, purchasing and supply control. So we are going to discuss all these things today itself, and not only discuss, we are going to do a lot of case studies. So if you can, participate for these case studies, you will get full understanding about standard, despite this is online program, right? So just share your information with the chat, then when I give the feedback, even others can review and others can understand. So let's work this as a kind of very active workshop, right? Now, before I go for this, why most of the food safety issues or maybe other issues are happening? First thing we call negligence. You can see in this X-ray. I hope you can see this, right? You can see the the movement of the presentation, right? Now you can see the X-ray, right? Hope you can see this. Team, I'm checking your
Yes, sir.
yeah, you can see, right? You can use this team, right? Okay, right. Okay, so we'll use whatever the mechanism we can communicate, right? So you can see this X-ray, and then this X-ray it says, there's a scissor inside. What happened? So now I think like you have one person who is looking for medical device, right? So medical device sometimes is much advanced than the food safety standard. Sometimes is advanced, right? So this scissor, what happened? Mainly because of negligence. The person who did the operation forget to take the scissor out, right? So this could happen in the food industry as well. So there can be some contamination, very important word we call contamination due to negligence, right? And then second thing, the ignorance. So you can see these vehicles are parked inside, and then these people are doing a construction of making this barricade, right? Then imagine how are they going to take the vehicle out? So that we call ignorance, right? So there are two things. One, negligence. Third one, ignorance. And third one is called poor management. So forget about poor management part. right? Food safety issues can due to a poor management. But now you are going as an industry professional. So most of you want to become like, a production manager, like, R&D executives, or maybe a QA person, or maybe a chemist, maybe microbiologist, whoever, right? You are working in the industry. But imagine you have to work with the people who are like, vulnerable for negligence, who are working for ignorance, and then like, there's a chance of poor management, right? So this ended up with a serious issue with other food safety issues, right? So now let's see how we're going to overcome this, right? So these are the major problems, right? When you get into the industry, just think of this. So when you write a procedure, when you write a like, a kind of a do a training program, just consider these factors. So there can be food safety issues due to ignorance, due to maybe negligence, or maybe due to poor management. But poor management part, we are going to touch on this.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Sir, the voice is again time to time decreasing, so it is not clear sometimes.
it's not clear, right? Is it everywhere? Like, oh, it's
Yes, sir, it's everywhere, and participants are kind of informing us about not being clear. And
not being clear, right? Okay, let me try to connect with my mobile data.
I think it's not a connection issue or
Due to what? It should be connection, right?
so, are you recording your audio in the final participant group? We can see you
in
are
the WhatsApp
recording.
group.
Yeah,
Sorry?
in the WhatsApp group, GMP workshop final participants, we can see that you are recording the voice. We kind of think it's because of that.
I'm not actually recording it on WhatsApp group. Shan, are we doing the recording or like? It's record on, right?
Yes, sir. We think it is the issue for the time to time voice decrease.
Now is it good now?
Yeah, for
Yes,
now
sir.
it's good, sir.
All right, okay. I think like there was a mistakenly started but I don't know like okay, let's move on. But it was not recorded here, right? I think speaker was on in WhatsApp, right?
Ah, yeah, I think that's it, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, speaker was on WhatsApp. Okay, because I'm keeping WhatsApp on the computer as well because then I can see it. All right, let's see. Now, now let's see. Is it good now? The sound and everything?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now
sir.
it's
All right.
good.
Now it's good.
Okay. Okay. If there's anything, just let me know. Right. Okay. Right. So then when you talk about the product safety assurance, there are three things we work on. One, we try to eliminate, or we try to reduce, or try to inhibit. Like, let me give some example. See, what do you mean by eliminated mean? Like, say for example, if there's a metal particle in the food, what are you going to do? You have to eliminate it. But there are some chemical component which you can't reduce to zero. We call it lethal dose. So you try to reduce. And then inhibit mean like, if there's a microbial growth, right? You try to like, change the structure using heat or maybe a chemical. You try to inhibit that. So this is the only way we try to make sure like food is assured. Say for example, some pathogen, we have to say, okay, it's zero. But there are some microorganisms you can't say zero, right? So let's understand that. So there are three requirements: either eliminate, either reduce, or inhibit, right? So depend on that. Now, so this is the summary part. Like, entire program, like, I just basically explained the initial part. Like, if I go back, where is this? This entire thing create a kind of like, it's a kind of like, lot, right? We have to study a lot, right? Like, construction to purchasing. But if I go to this simple structure, right? GMP is basically covering this, right? So maybe because of this simplicity, people might not take lot of focus on the GMP requirement. So first thing, you need to make sure your facility is cover the GMP requirement. Second thing about your equipment. Third thing about your warehouse. Fourth thing about the people, and then all four requirement: facility, equipment, warehouse, people. You need to make sure cleaning and sanitation has to be there. Can I ask one question? Like, sound is good now?
Yes, sir. It is okay now.
All right. Okay. I think that's a issue, right? It was mistakenly like, recording was going. Right. Okay. Let's move on. Now it's clear. Right. Now, when we started to talk about GMP, first thing, selection of site, environment around the site, layout of the site and the plant, designing and construction. So now we are getting into the real GMP requirement. First thing, selection of site. Why we need to make sure site selection is important? Can someone tell me like why site selection is important? Can someone tell me why site selection is important? Say, for example, you want to have a milk production plant, or maybe a packaging plant, milk packaging plant, or since we have somebody from pharmaceutical, so you're going to manufacture creams, right? So why need to worry about the site selection? We are going to set up the factory. Why you need to worry about that? Can someone tell me why you need to worry about that?
To reduce contamination risk.
Agreed. So can you give me agreed? So you need to reduce the contamination risk, right? Say, I'll take one example. I want to set up a plant where you have like, huge waste collection. Like, the day-to-day, like, residential waste are there. Or maybe hospital waste are there. So you're going to have a very sensitive product, like maybe meat or like, maybe milk production. What would be the issues? What would be the issues? And then like, I'll make yourself more complicated. Now you have to go back and think yourself as well, right? Say you have a factory where you need water, but next door you have a like, slaughtering house, piggery or whatever. What are you going to do? I mean, like next boundary is piggery. I mean, like you are going to get bore well. You need water. You need water. So what do you think? So do you have two scenarios? So you have two scenarios. One, like, you're going to have a factory, and then like, next door is like, a huge garbage collection, right? And then the other factory you're going to set up, like you need water, but there was a piggery or slaughterhouse is there. So I believe all of you are coming from strong food background. So give me an answer. Now you are hired as a consultant. Are you going to recommend this or like with some condition? Guys, all of you have food background, food degree, final year, and all. So I'm an investor here. So I said, okay, I need to set up a factory. Yep.
Maybe it's not a good choice because there is a high chance of microbial contamination because of garbage dumps and all, or slaughterhouse.
Okay. So what sort of a microbe? Like, one is like, waste
So
collection.
like pathogenic microorganism, including E. coli or Clostridium.
Right. From which one? The slaughterhouse or the garbage, general waste?
Maybe both.
Maybe both. Yeah. So one we are looking at the air, other one is about water. Yeah,
For the air, maybe the odor or the airborne microorganisms.
agreed. So, Sam, you're on the right track. So, just like you know about the theory, and then try to relate. So, the waste mainly order. So, airborne, yeast, molds, like those kind of thing. So, those will come and stay in your product. But then the slaughterhouse or the piggery, what will happen? There will be contamination, right? So then your water pollution, the pathogens you are talking about, that will be the issue. So maybe if you are there in that industry, and if somebody said, okay, I need to select the place, so better to avoid those areas, right? So that's why, standard said, okay, where you are, right, so selection of site. Now the second phase, people already set up the factory, and then they started manufacturing, and then after some time they go for certification. Then what happened? Now, like, say, imagine already your factory is next to the garbage collection area, and like you already invested, you already set up the business. Now only you're going for certification, right? Or maybe there's a factory, you are started to manufacture some carbonated drinks, whatever. So you need to get water, but there's a piggery. What are you going to do now? So at the beginning, yes. Okay. So you want me to see my face, right? Yeah, it's good. Now again, sound is clear.
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Okay. So let me know. Let me know if there's any disturbance. I might touch, I'm working on the presentation. Same time I'm working on the chat, the same computer. So that may be right. Okay. So now can I get a feedback, team? Now see, first scenario. I think Siam is very easily answered, saying, okay, look, these places are not good for you. So just find another place to find the factory. But now the situation is worse. So already factory is set up, and then now you hired as a QA executive, or consultant, or maybe a production person, or maybe they hired you as a kind of a compliance executive. So your task is to get the ISO certificate or maybe GMP certificate. Now what are you going to do? Already is there. So one factory, you manufacture some product, order smell is there, and then second factory you manufacture say drinking water, carbonated water, but then next door there's issue. What are you going to do?
We can increase like the ceiling system,
What do you
the
mean by
height,
ceiling system?
like the boundaries, or can airlocks
just
like
just
that?
go on, you're on the right direction. What do you mean by airlocks? What do you mean by airlocks? So we'll focus on the garbage, right?
Yeah.
The factory in garbage, yeah. Okay, see, I'm
So
just
we
focus on
can
that.
use some like airlocks to prevent or make like double door entry system.
Okay, so you think whatever the East Mall will stay with the double door concept? Like they'll say, okay,
Not much.
not much, right? They don't.
Yeah.
So, but you're on the right direction. You're on the right direction. See, maybe you can Google and check. There's a system called HEPA filtering system.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
high efficiency filtration system, right?
yes, that's right. So what they does is basically they try to maintain the positive temperature, more than the environment temperature. So you have when you open the door, air is not coming outside to the factory, it's going up factory to outside, and then air coming through a filtering system, right? There's a mechanical filtering system. So always there's a filter, your face mask. What you do is, when you open the face mask, there's a bacterial filtration, right? So when you take inhale, all virus, the COVID virus, basically it filtered outside, right? That's what that. So this is mechanical filtering system. So it try to maintain the positive pressure. So this is expensive, but most of the factories they use this, right? If your product is very vulnerable, they use this. I hope everybody got this point, right? See, you're clear with this.
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. So now we solve one problem. So if factory is already there, we can advise them, okay, get a high hygiene area, get a HEPA filter. It's expensive, right? So option, if I'm like, if management said, okay, I can't move out the factory, then only option is go for HEPA filters. So that's one thing, right? So then that's one area. So that's like, you can complete that part. But what about the other place, like, the water? What about the water? So you already factory set up, like, you need to get water. So what are you going to do? Go with that. See, now your knowledge has to be used in a practical way, right? Because like when you come into the industry, you might say I have a food degree and all, but industry wants practical approach. Yeah, yeah, I'm getting feedback when
We
we
can
design it.
use
Yep,
purification system.
yeah, you can use RO plant, purification treatment, yeah, purified water. Yeah, like Tarushi said, like, purified water is expensive, Tarushi, right? Like, see, we have to look at that. Like, you can bring water from outside, from the browsers, agreed. But like, your 99% of your like, product is water. So if you try to buy it, that's very expensive. So best thing, go for treatment plant. And another thing, see, the slaughtering house, like, see, you have to look at the problem in a different way, right? Like, you have to look at uh, what are the legal requirement for this the slaughterhouse, because there should be a proper yep, you can get a water board as well, agreed. But you have to look at the other side also, right? See, I'm trying to help you on see, when you are trying to become a professionals, industries, when you get into, so you have to look at both. See, there's a slaughterhouse, so why there's a soil contamination? Because they are maybe violating the legal requirement. See, come on, guys, all are from food agriculture, and we have agriculture people here, right? Team, we have agriculture guys, right? Come on, where's the agriculture guys? So that's why I asked at the beginning, where's the agriculture people? Hello? Do you have agriculture guys? So can you raise, like, your agriculture people, right? There are a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a lot. Yes. Adishwa, right? Like, so we have few people agriculture. So Adishwa is there. So Adishwa, like, when you want to have a like slaughterhouse, what is the environmental requirement? Can you discharge everything into the flow?
No, like we need to treat before we are like discharging it to the natural drainage systems.
Yes, agreed, right? So now that also we can check. I'm sharing some experience with you, right? That also you can check whether they are, like, in line with the legal requirement. We call environmental protection license requirement. So they can't just discharge. If they discharge only, that there's an issue. Pathogen can go in, right? So there should be a, like, effluent treatment plant, and then once it's purified water without pathogen, without anything, you should go into the water, surface water or inline water, right? So if they don't do that, we have a legal case, so you can fight with them, right? So without doing anything in your place, you can do that. So better to go RO plant and all, like, so look at this all option, right? Look at all these option, and then again this part, there's another scenario, and then we have one person from medical device. So medical device, so that's why I asked, like, what is the crowd, right? So medical device, this is very tough. Like, in food sector, we are basically looking at like, the microbes and like those kind of areas. But in medical device, we look at the particle size as well. There's a special guideline. So like, we need to have a HEPA filters, and then like, condition has to be like, such, we call, like, we need to maintain the clean room condition. If you just note it down, and then yeah, SWT, storage water treatment, and then like we need to identify the condition of the clean room. So the particle size also very important. So depend on medical device we talk about stent goes into your heart, right? Right. So there if imagine if there's a dust particle in the stent, what will happen? Right. So those are medical device areas. So we need to study that part. Right. So same GMP requirement in an advanced way. We are looking at that. Right. And then the double door concept, air shower, those are kind of minor requirement. Depend on the product category. Right. So I'm like, when you go for a black tea manufacturing plant, don't try to apply all these things because product risk is low, right? If you're having a high risk product, depend on the risk factor, you need to apply this, right? So that's that. Now I think you understand, selection of site, why is important. Environment around site, why is very important, right? Sometimes when you check the environment around site, yeah, Hiruni, you have a question. Shiruni wants to have a question or she raised a hand? No? The previously, right? All right, okay. So, sometimes there can be a reason. See, there are trees, grow with the season, they produce fruits or flowers are coming up. So, what's the problem? Say in your factory, maybe there are all right here there are three surrounding there's a fruits, but that's a seasonal product. What's the problem? What's the problem with that? If there's a fruits coming up, what's the problem with that?
So
Pest
you couldn't be able to have a continuous supply to the market because it's a seasonal.
No, I'm sorry. I think you got it wrong. See, you have a factory manufacture different product, but there's a next door. There's a say mango plantation. So it's a seasonal. And then say 3 months, 5 months, no problem at all. But maybe after another 2, 3 months, there's a mango and flowers, those things are there. So we'll say you're having a factory, you manufacture primary packaging product, say the bags, you manufacture bag, right? So those are should have a GMP requirement. Why product directly touching the product, like food product. So what's the problem in there?
pest
You
contamination, sir.
contamination due to what?
The
Yes,
fruit trees, so maybe the pest like flies or birds,
agreed, agreed. I
they
think
could enter to the raw materials or maybe the finished bags.
agreed. Yes, yeah, you're spot on because see,
Some
five,
heavy
six,
pollens.
yeah, pollens is there, with the wind, and then during the the season, the fruit season, all insect are attracting there because of the smell and all, right? So if you don't have proper control, pest control system during that time, I mean not throughout the year, but during that time there's issue, right? So that will be a serious issue. Then I'm see, the other issue is the mango plantation is during the 6 month there won't be any issue, but balance 6 month there's an issue. And then imagine your primary packaging facility running 24/7 during the night time. Your facility is the only place you have lights and it attract all the insect, right? So that's another problem, right? So when you go for GMP, you have to identify all these requirements. So now I think you are very clear selection of the site, environment around the site, right? So these are very important part. Now layout of the site and plant. Dulanji asked some question. Yeah, Dulanji. Dulan, there's a question?
No, sir.
Okay, fine. Don't worry. Right. So now, what do you mean by layout of the site and plant? So this is very important, right? Layout of the site. Why layout is very important? I just mentioned three requirement, right? Like internal design, internal structure. Those things are, and then when I just mentioned three requirement, like uh, unhygiene area, semi-hygiene area, high hygiene area. Why? What are these requirements? Say, for example, if there's a facility, I'll take one facility like simple example. Somebody is using cut vegetable to a industry. Very simple example, right? So you bring raw vegetable from Polar, right, or wherever, and then you keep that vegetable in a kind of open area, right? Like, it's control area, like because you can't get animals there, right? It's a control area. You take out soil, you wash it, remove some dirt parts, whatever. So you call it like kind of unhygiene area, right? So from unhygiene area, then semi hygiene product, you transfer into a second area where they use the peel off, cover and everything, and then product are like pretty much open. Then they put into another area where product is pretty much open, right? And then they cut it, put it into a bag, and then send it to a kind of a shops. So this is very important, right? So imagine the same person who's doing the soil, like initial cleaning, and then all of a sudden if that person can go into the hygiene area, there can be a serious cross contamination. That's what happened in the virgin coconut oil. Say people who do the hatcheting part, remove the shell, right? Shell, I'm like shell you are getting from outside, right? And then you get a white ball. So normally we call it white ball, right? So then like the white ball should like go to a separate area. And then imagine if that particular person who's doing the hatcheting and go and touch the white ball, what will happen? I'm like, contamination is there. So this this is very important area. Your layout and site plan. So when you're designing a layout, right, these areas should not connect, should not cross contaminate. Like say, imagine your unhygiene area, cleaning area in between the hygiene area. What will happen? There's a serious contamination. And then maybe you are using a similar trace to transfer it, right? So these are very important part. And then designing and construction. So when you design the facility, you have to be very careful, right? So that's where you have you identify your surrounding, and depend on your product, you try to identify what are the controls. Okay, I need to maybe you might say, okay, my inside temperature is bit high. So if I enclose everything, so that will become very heat, people cannot work in that particular area. So there should be a ventilation. But if there's a ventilation, what will happen? You need to have flies or insects, you need to have a proof system. And then even when you have entering, right, there should be a kind of a double door, and then there should be a hand washing, and then there should be a provision for people to do a changes. All these requirements has to be there. So and then the wall condition. Again, this depend on the product, right? Say for example, we'll take common example like tea. Tea is, we call it kind of a dry product, right? So you don't need to have very sophisticated system there. You have to have a wall condition has to be perfect without any point for harborage. But if you're having a meat or water-based product, wet product, then at least you need to have 5 feet tile, walls has to be tile, right? So these are kind of a requirement you need to adhere based on the product, type of the product, right? If you're having fruit manufacturing plant, or or maybe dry product, or maybe vegetable, or maybe banana. So depend on the product type, you can have the structure, right? So this is very important, designing and construction. So and then and then when you do a construction, sometimes we might have a issue with the architecture, because architectures, they might go for we are having this situation especially with the hotels. because architecture actually they might think of different mechanism. They need to have a curves, gaps, and different areas. But in food safety specialists, we can't have, because we can't have a harborage point for pest and all, right? So we need to have a very clean, neat places, right? Can I ask this question? What is the best color for food industry manufacturing facility? Yeah. So maintain positive pressure between hygiene and unhygiene area. Uh, uh, Keshika, I agree with you. You said like maintain positive pressure between hygiene and unhygiene area. I agreed, but at what cost? Right. So cost and the depend on the product. Yeah. So most of people are saying color is white, right? Yeah. Tim, I think like you can stop. I don't know whether maybe organizing committee wants to have names and all, but now you can stop sending your your background, your agriculture degree, whatever. Only maybe you can answer on the chat, because chat is bit lengthy. So use the chat to answer this. Okay, white, light color, fully agree, fully agreed, right? See, the imagine some plant they use very dark colors. Why, we are not recommending dark colors? Why we are not recommending dark colors? Because you can't see the gaps, right? If there's a fungal growth, yeah, agreed, white colors, right? So if there's a fungal growth, you can't see it, right? So mainly recommend like light colors, mainly if possible, white colors, right? Even when you're taking the tiles, right? Always use the white color tiles, right? So that's one thing, right? Now, so this is now I think like this part is very clear. Lot to do: selection of site, environment around site, layout of the site, plant design and construction. Right now, so when you construct and layout, so we need to worry about the environment, location, and the establishment, which is very clear, and then building design to prevent contamination, right? Sometimes internal design, internal layout and traffic pattern. So see the corners, sometimes you ask corners to be like rounded, not the L shape. Why is that? Why the building corners has to be like curve? Because I mean like dirt cannot stagnant there, right? So if it is a L shape, there's a chance dirt can be there. And then we have one member talking about the medical device. So the under medical device, under clean room condition, these are must. So don't get me wrong. Food safety, we are not talking about clean room condition, right? Since we have one of you participant who's thinking about the medical device, that's why I said like there's a clean room. It's a mandatory requirement, right? So otherwise pressure cannot be there, and then they monitor the dust particle. Yes, easily clean, easily sanitizing, and then the remaining part, you can't. There's nothing remain there, right? So that's interesting. And then smooth, cleanable surface, internal structure and fitting. So you have internal structure. Sometimes in the industry facility, you can see all what do you call the power lines are on top of the production line, right? So there's an issue, because the cleaning of the power lines might take a lot of it's not regular, right? So those can be issues. So what do you mean by traffic pattern, internal design and traffic pattern? Yeah, internal design and traffic pattern. What do you mean by internal design and traffic pattern? What do you mean by internal design and traffic pattern? What do you mean by internal design? Internal design and traffic pattern. What do you mean by traffic pattern? Do you have a traffic pattern in the factory? like now most of you are coming from the undergrad background, right? So do you have a traffic pattern in your kitchen? What do you think? What do you think? What do you mean by traffic pattern?
How the materials
Think
flow in the facility?
Agreed. Yeah. What else? Adisha, you want to say something? Oh, Adisha said that, right? Siam, you want to say something?
something similar, sir.
Similar, right? Yeah. See, when you bring your raw material in, right, depend on the type. See, now if my example, the raw vegetable is a like unhygiene product. Like there are a lot of soil, other materials are there, right? So you are bringing how you're bringing in, right? And then maybe after you clean, there will be a waste, right? How you dispose it. See, most of the facilities they have two doors, like your product in, or maybe product out. But sometimes there can be some restriction. See, imagine, like your if I'm like if you can design the facility, that would be ideal. Like as consultant, like we love to design the factory. If somebody invite us, like let's I need fish factory, I need like vegetable factory, or I need food plantation. I want your contribution starting from the design stage. We love it because that's easy. But most of the time, what we are getting is like already construct, already they started. Now they want to go for HACCP, ISO, whatever the certification. Now what happened? Say imagine you have a plant, right? Say my simple example, vegetable. I think like I took vegetable because everybody knows it. Like you can imagine your kitchen. So you bring vegetable, you cut it, chop it, and everything, and then you there's a place you cook it, and then there's a garbage. So now if you want to remove garbage, what is the mechanism? Because like there will be vegetable in, vegetable cooking, there will be a garbage, there should be a garbage out, and then the same time there will be a product like cooked product goes to the consumption, maybe your family members. So what is the best time, like how are you going to manage this? So I got feedback: use cutting board or knife, use a fish vegetable like separate food. Oh, agreed. Fragment in the one side fish is good, dispatch happen from others, avoiding congestion, avoid the following raw material finished good. Yeah. What is I hope you understand my scenario, right? It's a kitchen. Kitchen is a manufacturing place, right? You have a cooking, everything is there. So you bring raw material, and then you like sort it out. You clean it. So there will be a waste, and then part of the part of the like clean product goes to the cooking. That's why I use heat and everything. Your like value addition plus your killing step happening there, and then same time there will be a serving, and then there will be a waste disposal. So how do you manage? Because you have only one door. So if you ask your like parents, like go and say, okay, look, now we know food safety. I need two doors, one to bring product, one to send product to the meal room, and one door to like dispatch the waste. What will happen? They will kick you out, right? So, but with one door, how are you going to manage it? Avoid the following raw material and
We
finish
can,
good. Yep. Alisha,
we
yeah.
can use like we can use one-way system to do the process.
What do you mean by one way? Just give me idea.
Like we can uh, like the whole process is on a one way.
Okay.
So
But you have
so
only
they,
one door to dispatch everything. The raw material in same door. Finished product like cooked product goes to the dining area same door, and then
same do.
waste goes in the same door. So how are you going to manage this? Only one door, right? So if you
Uh-huh.
ask three doors from your parent, they will kick you out, right?
So like
See
then
now,
we have to choose the time to dispose
excellent,
garbage.
excellent, excellent. You are spot on, right? So identify the times. Say morning, you bring raw material. By 12, 1 o'clock, you dispatch all the what do you call the cooked product to the dining, and then evening, say 3 to 4, you dispatch the waste. Agreed, right? You're spot on. Same thing you need to practice in the industry. If you don't have the provision, Tim, you got my point, right? You got my point? Maybe you can put a react. If you agreed. Yep, you got it. Right. So all got it? I can't see everyone, but I hope everybody is putting a mark. Ishan, you're good? Hirushi is okay. Janani, you're good, right? Tarashika, you're good, right? Nishad? Kasun? Ushan, you are okay? Vinuka, you're good? Right, excellent. Right, we're back. Right. Now, I mean, like, we need to know about this practical structure, right? And then internal structure fitting. So, can we have like, these are very basic. I think like you know about this. You can't have glass, right? You can't have glass. So what happened? Like, your manager wants to see what is happening inside the facility. So he wants to have a glass window from his room. What happened? He said, okay, look, I need a glass window. I need to see what is happening inside the plant, inside the factory. Now modern kitchen, like, you can see the inside the kitchen, right? So that's good control, right? Because chef and everybody, the people who manufacture the food, right? Uh, they actually, like, have to be alert because the customers are watching them. That's very important, right? So, like, if somebody said, okay, I need a glass. Now, what is your control? Yep. So I'm start to get question answer. She said separate plate to arrange the garbage and separate from finished good. Arrange dustbin, like your dustbin has to be closed dustbin. Yeah, agreed. So now my next question, like, somebody wants to have a glass windows, like, because you want to see the what is happening inside. Now you can see a lot of kitchens are open kitchen. Yeah, I mean, like, open mean like, it's not open. You have a glass so the customer can see inside. So but they're using glass. So how are you going to manage it? So you will have all these problem, right? When you go to the industry, manager say, oh, look, I need to see inside what is happening. You can't have walls. So I want to see. I need a glass. What do you think? What do you think, team? Mm, pest management. The the problem is the glass. I mean, pest cannot come through glass, right? Smooth, food grade, food safe glass. The glass may, yeah, agreed. Tempered, right? Shutter resistant and easy to clean. Joiner, seal, owner, dirt. Yeah, agreed. Fully agreed. Hiruni, fully agreed with your point. Like, glass has to be shutter proof. Now, I have another question. You have a glass. Outside of the glass, your manager sit, and then inside you have a food production. Which, I mean, like, this is not a shutterproof glass. So which side you are going to put the shutterproof stickers? The stickers from the manager's side or the other side? Where the product exposed side? Which side you are going to put the shutterproof stickers? Other side, right? Production side. Yes, of course. Because and imagine if there's a both side there's a production, what will happen? You have to have two stickers, right? So these are minor points which you need to correct. right? So these are very minor point you need to study, right? So I think like we covered everything, flow, personal, raw material, product. So we covered everything, right? Let's move on. And then laboratory facility. This is very important. Sometimes some industries, like, you, in your kitchen, you don't have a lab, right? But some industries, they have an in-house laboratory. So we need to very careful with that. Why? Especially if you're having a lab, right? Internal lab, which they do microbiology, right? We have to be very careful because they are discharge water anyway. Like, you're discharging the water, whatever the chemicals, the media after autoclaving. But you need to have a separate mechanism. Like, the lines, discharge line should not connect, right? Production line and the laboratory line should not connect, right? It should be a separate, and then there should be a separate opening for the lab, right? Like, lab opening cannot be direct exposed to the production line. Why? So lab opening, like, lab door should not directly open to the production. Why is that? Contamination, yeah, agreed. Because, like, lab person should come from a different area, and then like, there can be some contamination, right? So laboratory chemical, microbiological chemical, agreed. Like, sometimes people might use the chemicals, right? So those chemicals will be kind of a serious issue. So it should be like, area. And then temporary or mobile premises, like, sometimes, like, some equipment you use in the facility, you use as a kind of a mobile premises. So these things has to be controlled, right? And then storage and food packing materials, ingredients, non-food chemicals. So what is this? Storage of food, packaging materials, ingredient, and non-food chemicals. So there should be a separate areas to keep packaging material, ingredient, and non-food chemicals. And especially sometimes the industry, what they do is they like, they bring a kind of a composite pack. Say like, production house chemicals coming from, like, they mix five chemicals, put it into one pack, and send it to the production. So then production people, like, add those five packs. So that is how they operate, right? So these controls has to be very careful, right? Where you keep, and then especially there are product, they are very temperature sensitive product are very temperature sensitive, right? So you need to maintain the temperature. Say, for example, some, there will be some products saying, okay, you need to keep below 25. So if you are using industrial chocolate in your home, right? I'll try to take more example in your home, because most of you are still undergrads, right? So if you are like using that industrial chocolate, so it doesn't say, like, you to keep it in the room temperature. You can't keep it in the room temperature. Why? Because it's a guideline given, say, below 25, right? And then same time, some medicines, they were saying, okay, you need to store, not contact with the direct sunlight. So these are very, very, very concern areas. So where you keep product, right? So this is very important part, right? Now we covered laboratory. Now we are going for a first case study. Guys, are you ready? Team, are you ready for the first case study? So you learn a lot. See, this is how, like, industry practice. Like, in university, what they do is, like, when you come to university, they teach you, train you, and then ask for exam. But when you come to industry, like, you give some information and then ask you to implement. Now, you know about this. Now, I, like, talk about this up to this part. Now, if you are coming from an industry, just think, go back to industry, or maybe you might like, work in like, internships. You might work in different areas, because I got some feedback, like, some people work in different industries, right? So just, like, go through like, mental survey about whatever you learn right now and try to jot it down, and we call it gap analysis, right? Try to jot it down. These are the gaps I identify this particular industry. So if you don't have any experience in the industry, go to the kitchen in your boardroom or like in your home and do a gap study on these areas you covered, right? See, practical, practical implementation is very important, right? Even though, like I told you at the beginning, even though this is an online program, right? We try to do practical because then only it's registered, right? Because after this program, you might very soon you might join in the industry. So industry need your theory knowledge plus practical approach. You might be very good with your marks and everything, but if you can't apply in the industry, you're not considered as a good professionals, right? So your theory should be applied. So in this program we try to do that. Now can we take 5 minutes and do a gap study? I mean, like, if you can do it in your previous workplace or your intern place, try to jot it down, whatever the requirement I covered up to now. Or otherwise, maybe you can go to your kitchen and do a gap study. Can we do this? We'll take 5 minutes. All good? So team said good. Let's stay. So now 10:34, 10:40 we'll start this. Yeah. So we'll have 6 minutes. So once you complete, you can put it in your chat. Just mention, don't mention the name of the company. If you are mentioning, just mention the type of product. You might say primary packaging, vegetable, milk, whatever the product you do, or maybe just say kitchen, right? So you can use the chat, or maybe you can use the WhatsApp, whatever the both. I'm good. So now 10:35, 10:40 will have this one. And team, I'm not going for a breaks, right? Maybe you can on your way. I'm the only person need a break, but you can enjoy your tea, plain tea, whatever you are drinking, and even you can have your food. So I'll try to go without break as much as possible, but definitely we'll break for lunch. Yeah. Right. So we'll catch up at 10:40. All good. So you start give your feedback on the chat. Copy karana පුළුවන්, yes. Pointless. At the industry, you can't copy, right? At the university exam, maybe, I don't know. But industry ඔයගොල්ලන් copy කරන්න බෑ. TP තලේ බණ්ඩාර මේ ඉන්ටර්වයුව එකකුත් කරනවාද මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඉන්ටර්වයුව කරන ගමන් ගැප් ස්ටඩි එක කරනවා. That's good. That's good approach. Right. Started to get feedback. Kitchen area, head be sharp, corners, cross contamination with household chemical. Yeah, no proper areas for unhygienic and hygienic material. Uh, Poor ventilation, poor pest management, exposed to direct sunlight. Fully agreed. What else? What else? See, this is one skill. All right, okay. So we have some break, right? So 11:15 and 11:30 morning break, 15 minutes. 1:15 to lunch break, 3:15 afternoon. Okay, right, okay. So we have some breaks also. Okay, let's enjoy the break also. So when considering, okay, we are getting feedbacks. Uh, Cosmetic manufacturing. Okay, interesting. So Pumi wants to know about the cosmetic industry as well. Like, so let's focus on that there as well. Uh, Production plant entire entrance is placed from high risk area to low risk area. All corners are L-shaped. There is a gap between air showers to hand cleaning area. Okay. Pumi, like you were saying, production plant entrance is placed from high risk areas to low risk area, right? Is it? I didn't understand. Like, high risk area mean uh, what is that? What do you mean by high risk area? So it is high risk area is like, mixing area and a packing area, right? We consider that as a kind of high risk area, production plant. Low risk area can be like, raw materials and all. So Pimi, if we can elaborate this, what do you mean by high risk and low risk area? Here's a very short point from version. Separate raw material and finished good area, maintain equipment maintenance log, keep record, staff, GMP. So Shehan, Ravishka go beyond what we learned. Yeah, validate the record cleaning procedure. Okay, keep pest control inspection. I'm concerned about Shehan. This is really good, but I'm concerned about the areas we learn, the location, site, entrance, movement pattern, and all. Yeah, monitor and record storage, temperature, humidity. So you think, Shehan, do you think like your kitchen? Are you going to record storage, temperature, humidity? I agree, segregate waste with color code bins. Okay. Validate and record cleaning procedure. So you think, Shan, I asked about your kitchen, right? So you think you can ask your mother to like write temperature, cooking temperature, the thermometer. Can you do that? Guys, I mean, like, I'm not criticizing anyone, but try to understand the industry need, right? And then act on that. Like, so if you try to implement a lot of things, nothing will happen, right? So you have to graduate, like, don't try to go for validate, record keeping, those kind of things, because at the beginning, you need to make sure like your infrastructure has to be there. So this particular program, like, we I'm like your team has like, asked us to develop in a such a way. So first, you have to make sure your GMPs are there, right? And then you go for the advanced version. Then your life will be very easy. But if you don't have proper GMP, like your cross contamination, you are like you're open, so those will be like issue. Shahan, I think like I want you to just reconsider this part, right? Because you are talking about a lot of the advanced stuff, but we are just maintaining the minimum requirement for your kitchen, right? Guys, like I think like you can stop sending about yourself. I understand where you are right now. Yeah, so you can. Otherwise, it will be like total mess. All of a sudden, like I'm going through the GMP requirement, and then somebody said, okay, I'm this so and so from this. So I'm like, so you can maybe share your information later, but now I think that's done. The part is done from my end, right? I mean. Yeah, shower. Okay, Pumi has answered. Yeah, high risk areas mixing and filling area and low risk is packing area. So guys, like see now food. One thing we need to understand. One food area. right? Food, all food, whatever consumes, we consume, right? We eat, we put it into inside our body, right? We think that is good for us, and there's no contamination, right? And then the primary packaging. Why primary packaging is we are worried about? Because when you put food inside the primary packaging, there's a chance of contamination, and that contamination goes into our body. So agreed. So food safety GMB is part of the key requirement. But what about the cosmetic product? Why we are worried about cosmetic product? Why we are like, putting more GMP requirement on cosmetic product? Can someone tell me? Tell me why we need to worry about GMP in cosmetic product? Yeah. Pim, again, one thing. You said high risk area is mixing and filling area and low risk is packing area. Packing mean like, after primary packaging, put into the secondary pack, right? So up to primary packaging is a high risk, right? And then secondary, yeah, you can consider low risk. Now, my point, why we need to worry about GMP in cosmetic? So Kasuni has said like, the university kitchen, premises and hygiene, floor tiles, crack in cooking area. Excellent, excellent observation. Contamination risk, because if there's a floor tile crack, right? Sometimes like imagine in your biscuit factories, there can be floor tile cracks. And then if there's a flies, and if the plant is shut down for 2 days, you can see the insects and all inside that gaps, right? So that's the issue, right? That's one key area. Staff hygiene, gloves not worn during preparation, contamination risk will be there. Yeah. Walls floor cleaning, smooth and free from damage. Equipment is construction, food grade, maintain good condition. Training, yeah, agreed. Some equipment lacks proper. Don't worry about calibration, ventilation filters. So kitchen, you need to do a calibration. I don't know, right? Ventilation filters are due to replacement. Yeah, recommend. This is maybe some industry, right? Maintain record. Yeah, lab design level, no separation of clean and dirty zone. Define specific work area and clean between steps. Water supply, tap water use, no regular testing. Potential contamination use filters. Yeah, agreed. Meat processing industry, factory floor, cracks in floor, meat crack, that's dangerous, very dangerous. It has risk of contamination. Meat particles can remain in cracks because meat production you have like wet flow, right? So like you can have microbes. Ventilation not enough, surface. Then Trish said microbiology growth can occur in cosmetic and they are need to be stored in a long term, and cosmetic may get allergies if proper GMP not allowed. Okay. Uh, Maintain consistent product allow would avoid contamination. See, there are okay. Let me answer that and let's move on because we have some feedback on dairy. Okay, so we got feedback. See, when you do a HACCP or whatever the study, right? Uh, we call there are two things called intended use and reasonable, foreseeable intended use, right? Since now we have some people from cosmetic, I'm discussing this. Intended use mean like if it is a biscuit, what is the intent? We eat. If it is tea, we put it into the hot water, brew it, take the tea bag out, and then drink the extract, right? So the intended use is what? Drinking. So we do HACCP study based on the intended use, like biscuit we directly consume, the tea bag we put it in the hot water, so part of the yeast mold can be killed, right? Because temperature is around like 80, 90 or maybe 100, right? Then we drink the extraction. That's one thing. And then the cosmetic industry, we talk about reasonable, foreseeable, intended use. Say toothpaste is a cosmetic, right? So the intended use is for toothpaste is what? You're supposed to brush it and throw away. But I mean, like reasonable, there's a foreseeable issue. You might, I'm like, like consuming it. Yep, you got my point, right? And then the shampoo, like, there's a reasonable foreseeable, reasonable, right? Not like, unreasonable. Reasonable foreseeable use, like, you consume, you go to your eyes. So that's why, like, they very much consider about your GMP, and then it's always touch your skin, the face mask, whatever, right? So this is very important, right? So this is very important, right? So that's why the cosmetic industry also consider the GMP requirement. There's a special standard, right? Okay, now is very important. I think like starting to get a lot of feedback. Let me go through during the breaks and give you feedback, right? Now let's move on to the other area. So I think thank you very much. I think like you try to get understanding about this area. So initial gap study we do, and this is very important. When you go to the industry, first study this initial GMP gap and then move on. Now next part, utilities, air, water, energy. So potable water, compressed air, filtered and clean other gases, lighting, adequate and shield, temperature and humidity control, boiler chemicals, air quality and ventilation. So let's study this. What do you mean by potable water? So you might use the water, right? Uh, like, some product. Say if you're making a tea, right? So bulk like 99.9 is water. If the water is not pure, what will happen? Your product get contaminated, and then like whatever the product you make, even kitchen, like cooking, you starting from washing, right? You use everything using the water, and then you add water. So if water is not good, then of course there's a high chance of contamination. So what do you mean by water is not good? There can be issues with chemical contamination. Yeah, there can be a chemical contamination. There can be a physical contamination. There can be a microbiological contamination. So water is not considered as an allergic product unless you drink like unlimited amount of water, right? So the chemical, there are WHO guideline. You need to maintain this particular water is not having this kind of like pesticide chemicals like heavy metals, those kind of thing. So that's one requirement. And second is physical, like dust particle, mud particle, those kind of a thing. And then the third one is microbiological. So there are contamination. So when you do this chemical contamination and all, like potable water, you need to make sure like water is clean and all. So uh, first thing, like in the industry, you basically study whether your water is clean and all. So when you go to the industry, you check. Now this is where like start to check the water report. Right, let me go through this. Now, I'll ask one question. Like now, you are using a like tap water, so you are considering this is kind of a clean water, right? Uh, so, but all your water lines goes underneath it, and then there will be a overhead tank, right? Where you store the water, and then from overhead tank there will be a distribution to a like kitchen, whatever. So if you want to get GMP, like not the testing part. What do you try to study about these water lines? How do you study this water line? See, we when we do some inspection on the water, we understand there are areas like if it is coming underlying, uh, when you take the water samples, like say for example in particular organization there are like um, we'll say five open lines, so where they take waters. So when we take five water samples from different lines, or maybe we are taking one sample from the main line. Now, think your knowledge about the industry, think your knowledge about the microbiology, think about the Sri Lankan practices, and give me an answer saying, so if you are a microbiologist, so like you are in the industry, you need to make sure the potable water this industry uses is correct, right? in line with the requirement. And then this is coming from a tap water. Right, it's a tap water. And there are 5 points, different 5 points, you take what out. So one single point, you take it in. So are you going to take one sample from the initial inlet, or are you going to take 5 samples from the 5 outlet, or are you going to take 6 samples? One from inlet, 6 from outlet. What are you going to do? Consider the cost factor as well. So your boss asks, I need to verify the quality of water, but you have a limited budget. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Tim, my question is clear, right? You have one inlet from central water supply, water board. That's one inlet. And then there are 5, packing unit or whatever, water unit. There are 5 water outlet, right? So your boss wants to know the water quality is good or bad, right? So then as a operation guy, you are recently recruited to this industry, you need to verify the water quality. So are you going to take one sample from inlet? That's one case, and then give a conclusion. Second, take 5 samples from all 5 outlets, give a conclusion. Or take one sample from the inlet and 5 samples from outlet and give a conclusion, or different one. So minimum 5 samples. What do you mean by minimum 5 samples? From outlet, right? Minimum 5 samples. So I'm getting answers. Minimum 5 samples. Okay. Yeah. So 5 samples. What do you think? 5 samples in outlet. Take the samples from main water supply line and 3 samples from other 5 lines. Okay, 3 samples. So, Kavisha, any logic for this? Take the sample from main water supply line and 3 samples from the other 5 lines. Any logic for this? Out 5 sample, input 1 sample. Okay. 2, 1 from in and most far in. Okay, interesting. Adishwa say 2, 1 from in and most far in. It will depend on the cost. You can, okay. Dilshan.
Take one from
Uh,
main one and a
okay.
representative sample from other 5.
Madhushan, come again, please.
Take one sample from the main one.
Okay.
Then other 5 take a representative sample.
Representative. Can you elaborate what you mean by representative sample?
It means the one sample.
Only one sample, right? Yeah. Out of 5, you take 1. Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, from outlet, some contaminated. Yes, from outlet. If only some of are contaminated, then there's a problem with the outlet line. If all 5 are contaminated, highly likely that the inlet line is contaminated. From outlet, okay. Get sample from both inlet and 5 outlet. Okay. Guys, in industry, we need to consider the cost factors as well. So, and then we need to give a doubt of the benefit to the water board, right? So water board, there's a system. Yeah. All agreed, right? There's a purification system there. So you think that is good. So what we do is initially, I think most of you are coming from microbiology and you do this, right? So you know how to do a composite sample. Guys, come on. Use the knowledge. You do composite sample, right? You know about this, right? You do only one sample. If I'm you, I do only one sample, do what? Take water from all 6 outlet and do a composite sample. And then if there's an error, if all okay, I know say inside the tunnel, like inside the line is cleared, your water intake is also good, right? And then if there's an issue with that sample, then I do all the analysis. Guys, you got my point, right? You know what you mean by composite sample, right? Guys, you know what you mean by composite sample?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so do the Adishwa, like you guys are very expensive, right? So like when you come to the industry, like come with that kind of mind frame, like, okay, I mean, you have to have very clarity. Okay, I need to make sure this water quality is good. So, and then give a benefit of the doubt to the water board. Okay, water board, there has a system, right? They do a purification. So I need to verify that, right? So what you do is like, you take like 10 millimeters from the inlet and 10, 10, 10, 10 from all other five, and then make it composite and do analysis. So if microbiologically, if you are cleared, like what? So entire thing is cleared. But if there's a contamination, now you don't know from where the contamination. Because like, it can be inlet can be good, or maybe there's a contamination from one of the outlet because of water lines come through the flow, right? So there's a contamination. So then again, you have to go back to the expensive mechanism. Then you have to do all six. You got my point, right? This is how we do in the industry. Team, you clear? Team, you clear now?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the industry practice, right? So you have to make sure water quality is good. Right. Now, compress air, filtered and clean. Where do you use compress air? Now, like, I saw in the chat, like, I didn't go through a lot, but there are people coming from a lot of industry, like, you participate some training program, right? So where you use the compress air? Where you use in air? Guys, like, when you want to buy like, annasi from the town, right? Like, there's a guy who sell annasi, like, he put miris, lunu and all, like it tastes, right? ඔගොල්ලෝ අන්නාසි කනවා නේද? අර මේ පාරේ තියෙන අන්නාසි කපලා ලුණු දාලා මිරිස් දාලා කන්නේ. It tastes right. දැනුත් කටට කෙලෙනවන්නේ. Right? So we used to eat that. So that's the first thing. Like, he used not the compressor, he used air. What he does? First thing. Team අන්නාසි කන එක්කන මොනවද අන්නාසි කපන අංකල් මොකද ඉස්සෙල්ලාම කරන්නේ? අන්නාසි කපන අංකල් මොකද ඉස්සෙල්ලාම කරන්නේ? Yeah, what is this? Automated production lines and piston. So අන්නාසි කපන අංකල් මොකද ඉස්සෙල්ලාම කරන්නේ? Before he put it to the piece of annasi into the bag, what he does? Adishwar, what he does? First thing he does, what he does? I believe everybody is eating annasi, right? Pineapple? You guys are eating, right? Fill the bag with air, what? Sashi, fill the bag with air, what? Using what? Blow into bag into open it, right? Using mouth. Right? So if you're having some issues, tuberculosis or monahari issue, what will happen? What will happen to him? What will happen to you? So he's giving like, additional like, donation, right? So get one, free one, issue right? So that's the contamination, right? So if you do a HACCP or whatever study without that step, so I'm like, when you do the HACCP, process mapping is very important, right? So each and every minor step is very important, right? So this is interesting, right? So this compress air is very important, like, even day-to-day work, right? The annasi guy, like he's putting air, right? So there are product like, so we got like, automated production lines, piston. So there's a piston, like, there's a air coming up. So that's a normal air. And then if in that piston, if there's a grease or oil there, what will happen? There's a chance of contamination. And then cleaning, drying, packing, use compress air. Yeah. Sometimes people use drying the packing line, compress air to pack it. So if you're having like, packaging machine, there will be a first air line goes in, then product will flow, right? Flowing into the bag to open it, fill the bag with air. So now the contamination from air, the compressed air. So there's a compressor. In Sri Lanka, like most of the compressors are what? Oil compressors. Right. So when you came up, like, you can see the engineering guys, normally they open, like, open the airlines and then they release the water. So there's a water stagnation, oil stagnation, right? So FSSC and BRC, they specially recommend oil-free compressor. So when you go to industry, first question you should ask is like, do you have a compressor? If they said yes, just check whether it's a oil compressor or oil-free compressor. If it is oil compressor, then again you have more difficult task. Then you have to verify whether there's a, like, oil or water contamination are from the oil with the air. So, like, maybe quarterly you need to send a sample to the lab just to check the oil content in the water, in the air, right? So, but better to go for a compressor without oil, or like without oil one, but it is expensive. But if you are setting a plant, if you are designing a new plant, just make sure you are going for this oil-free compressor. But now, since few of you have been coming from industry background, do you have any idea, like, your industry, you have a compressor with the oil or without oil? So this is the question we don't ask very much. But imagine if you're having a product and then if that product has oil taste, or maybe if they are using an industrial oil or industrial lubricant, and that lubricant has heavy metal, and then if somebody tests your product and say this product has heavy metal, what will happen to you? Right. So this is very critical point, right? So remember, this point has to be controlled. And then lighting adequate and shield. So this lighting is very important. Do you have any idea what is the light level in Sri Lanka right now? Where do you get this information? Do you have any idea what is the light level in the factory? What should be the light level? Any idea what should be the light level? So this is apart from the food sector, right? What should be the light level? Any idea? Any idea about the light level? Any idea about the light level? So you already work in the industry, right? Internship? You work in the industry? Where you can find this information? Where you find this information? Going to back to open. Where did you find this information? There's a requirement called factory ordinance, right? When you go to labor department, right? When you go to labor department web, you can find all this information, right? So this is very important. Yeah. Covered light has to be there. Yeah, I agree. Covered light has to be there. So, like, it should not be glass covered. It should be like, perspex or different, like brittle material. It can't be glass. So go to factory ordinance. This is a legal requirement. And then under Labor Department web, you can identify the light level. So if I can remember correctly, it should be like more than 350 lux, right? More than that. So just check. I can't remember the exact figure. Just check that. So you need to have a proper light level, right? And then light equipment, because if it is like, QC point, like, you need to have high light level, because otherwise you can't see the defect, right? So then light fixtures has to be covered. And then, like, sometimes, like, modern facility, what they do is, like, they have a full fixtures covered, and then light will be replaced only from the outside, not from inside. So these are like, these are mandatory requirement in, like, medical device. So, like, entire area has to be fully sealed. So if you're going for HEPA filters and all, area has to be fully sealed, because you're trying to maintain the pressure. So you can't have pressure leaking point, right? So this is very important part, right? So this is one area, right? And then like, adequate light level has to be there, and then light has to be covered. And then especially BRC FSSC standard, they talk about going and like monitoring the light level as well. And then temperature and humidity control. This is very important, right? So your temperature, your room temperature, your product temperature, all temperature has to be controlled. Depend on the product facility. See, I'll take example. Now, I'll ask one question. Do you think if you have three products, let's say meat, right? And then the milk and the apple, which is high risk product? I being 300 to 350 lux office cubicles, 150 to 300 lux heavy work areas. Hasbinka, where did you get this information? Heavy work areas 150 cannot be. Hasbinka, where did you get this information? 150 can't be. 100 can't be. 100 stores may be, but 150, 300 can't be. 300 years, but not 150. No, not from Google. You can't get this information from Google, because these are legal requirement. So you have to go to the Labor Department website, and under the Labor Department there's a light level. So earlier there was an act. Now I think like last year it was revised, right? So that revision we have to take. Either we have to go with American standard, or we have to go with local legal requirement. So you can't go with the Google. So go to the labor site and then check for this, right? Okay. So you said meat, milk, and all, right? Okay. Milk. Okay. Milk, meat. Okay, milk, meat too. Okay, guys, what about apple? See, now I just mentioned about the intended use. So meat, you don't need raw meat, right? I don't know you guys eating, but I'm not eating raw meat, right? Browning what? So you don't eat raw meat, right? You don't need raw meat, right? So yeah, see, meat is a high risk product, agreed, right? But it goes through a cooking step, killing step, and then you to eat. The milk, if it is pasteurized, it's okay. Or otherwise, it again is goes through the heat step, and then you consume. Or otherwise, you drink directly. There's a risk, high risk, agreed. But most of the time, we forget apple is high risk. Apple, we are not putting any control point, right? Because we take apple, I mean, like we consume apple directly. So all vegetables you eat raw, fruit you eat raw, we consider as a high risk product, right? So like meat, like milk, Apple is also like high risk product because you consume directly, but the risk factors are different. Like we talk about the microbes. Milk again we talk about the microbes, but apple we might talk about microbes and the chemicals both, right? So those are like high risk products. So the product direct consumption. So that's why I just mentioned intended use is very important because apple is not going through the cooking. So now the point why I took apple is the temperature and humidity control, because if you see when you go for a buffet, right, you can see the hot part with with some hot plate and all, like you keep that in a kind of hot area, right? You have a burners and all everything. But then when you go to the salad area, right, most of the time like salad is area is what is in a AC. Like when you go some hotels, like you can see environmental friendly hotels. So it's pretty much open, right? So you have a buffet, like you have meat, whatever. It's under like hot cabinet, whatever. There's a hot area. But when you go to the salad area, salad and the dessert, it's under AC. Why is that? They have to make sure temperature control, like below 25. So this is very important. So depend on your product, right? Under GMP, you need to identify what are the temperature controls areas, right? Even in your kitchen, you keep fresh fruit or whatever maybe in the fridge, right? Other areas, maybe meat in the deep freezer, right? You identify that. And then other thing is boiler chemicals. Why boiler chemicals is they have given very special for the boiler chemicals. Why they have given a special requirement for boiler chemicals? Because depend on your product type, right? The boiler steam can be touch your product, or if there's any damage, if there's any leakage, accidentally it can touch your product, right? So that's why it's very important. So when you have boiler, steam boiler, whatever, steam boiler, whatever. So then you need to make sure the boiler chemicals are stored separately, and then maybe try to get a food grade certificate for even for boiler chemicals. So in this, if you go for FSSC certification, you need to have a special control for keeping the boiler chemicals. So this is very important part. And then air quality and ventilation. Why air quality and ventilation is very important? Because if you have issue with the air quality and ventilation, right, air supplies, and like we discussed from outside, this is very important. Sometimes uh, we have seen this in the kitchen area. Your exhaust fan supposed to take the hot air from inside to outside, right? But sometimes some organization, what they do is they try to bring the air from out to in. So that's the issue, because you might bring dust particles. Right. So ventilation, air quality, and then previously also I got some answers saying your high hygiene area to a low hygiene area. There should not be air goes through low hygiene to a high hygiene area, because that will be a serious issue, because you are again contamination. It should be other way around. Right. So this is one area like which we discussed. Right. Right. Now this part. Now again, there's another case study. I'll give 5 minutes. I think we don't need to stop for break, right? Guys, you need breaks. 11:15 to 11:30, 15 minutes break. Team, you need break? Who wants break? We'll continue like this, right? We'll break for lunch, but not for. You don't need break, right? In between, you need. If you need, just let me know if it is too much. You want break? Team, what do you think? You need a break. Okay, sure. All right, we'll take 10 minutes break and we'll come back and we'll start with the case study. But yeah, so 11:30, we'll be back 11:30. All good?
Okay, sir.
Right, 11:30 will be good. All right, okay, got it. Right. I think all are back. So let's start with the case study now. So you have 5 minutes to do the case study. So maybe you can continue with your tea, whatever, the break. Hope all are back, right? All back? Team all are back? Oh, all right. Okay. Right. Team is back. Right. Let's start. So you have a case study. Now you have to do this case study. Conduct initial inspection of facility GMP requirement for organization developing gap analysis. So now this part, the again case study on this. Like, if you have, say, water, if you don't know about the water quality and all, just mention, we don't know. So that's a gap, right? Compressor, home, we don't have compressor, right? But potable water, we have no idea, right? If you have a linder, right? So then like, you have no idea about the water quality. Maybe after this program, you send a sample to a lab and get it done, right? Maybe you can do it yourself, right? If you have a facility, right? So then light level. So just make a point, go to the website and identify temperature, humidity control, whether you have it or not, boiler chemical, air quality, ventilation. So do a study on whatever the area you are familiar and identify the gap. Yeah. So you have 5 minutes. If you have any question, you can ask. Just focus on these areas, right? Not everything. Right. So what I try to do is basically you will be focusing on each and every area. Otherwise, you will basically give a kind of a common answer saying validation not done. So if you have this gap analysis only on these areas, right? So previously we covered infrastructure surrounding and all. Now we are covering from water to other areas. So then you try to get a practical exposure as well. Yeah, let's do this. So maybe 11:36 started this. Yeah, so we need sometimes even our kitchen we have a problem, right? The ventilation is a big problem. Yeah, agreed. Light level, I try to see. Yeah, you can send the answer through WhatsApp or chat. Rangi, you use that. If you write it down, just take a photo and send it to WhatsApp. All right. Missing hand washing, station, no cleaning schedule, lack of pest control. Yeah, don't go to pest control. We have not done in control. Just see now. I'm not pinpointing anybody, but just focus on the areas we just mentioned the water quality, compressed air, lighting, temperature, boiler chemicals, air quality, and ventilation. So if you can focus on these areas, give a report saying, okay, then you are not missing out any point, right? So we notice this, you you learn a lot of big words and all, verification, validation, those kind of things. Don't go into there right now. So just start with the basic. Try to identify the gaps in this particular basic. That will be very useful. So that's why this particular program very much focusing on, right? So hand washing, no cleaning schedule, Pest control, don't go into that. Still, we don't know what you mean by pest control record. We don't know what you mean by poorly maintained record and outdated SOPs. Is a vague statement. Don't go in there. Just focus on this particular area, right? And then, try to focus your learnings into your operational activity. Maybe your kitchen, or maybe where you learn, internship industry. Yeah, not enough for good air exchange, no suitable temperature in the kitchen. Yeah, agreed, Fatima. Yep, compressor is not available, ventilation is not enough for good air exchange. Yep, agreed. What else? Do you think like in most of our kitchen, the light level is okay? Yeah, adequate lighting is there, but they are not shield. Yeah, most of the time, like in kitchen, there's no adequate light. Sometimes adequate lighting is there, but there's no light shield, right? So most of the light is pretty much open. Uh, uh, Tap line water, and we have no idea. Cosmetic, no suitable temperature in stores. There are many cobwebs in mixing section. Agreed. And cosmetic industry, sometimes cosmetic industry you use the jacketed, heat jacketed vessels, because sometimes you need to heat the product, right? So if there's a leak, hot water goes through the jacket, and then these waters are not purified water, because it's just used for the heating purpose, or maybe steam going through it. But imagine if there's any leakage, and then it can directly contact with the contaminated product, right? And then in the cosmetic industry, the vessel they are using, we are going to touch that in equipment part. The cleaning of the vessel is a challenging part in the cosmetic industry. So I'll try to go to this Labor Department website and see. Oh. Yeah, light intensity, tin fish factory, the machine are not clean, pest controlling not doing properly, and then if it is tin fish factory, your the heating part, the pasteurization part, that will be a critical area, right? So these are if a near industry owner using a firewood, need to check the air quality. Yep, if you're using compressor not available, light level adequate, poor ventilation, proper microbiology. Biofilm in formation is pipeline, oil contamination or moisture in airlines, insufficient light temperature fluctuation, inconsistency of lack of chemicals, lack of regular air monitoring. Okay. Ambient temperature, potable water facility, properly ventilated, quality of water, no longer ventilation, adequate lighting, natural ventilation and lighting. See now, uh, you see that this particular areas. So now we learn a little bit of GMP requirement. So when you go to the industry, if you can correct all the GMP requirement, right? So up to now we have corrected, we identify the gaps. There can be a lot of improvement. So now the most problem we notice in the industry is like, without going through this detailed analysis, detailed gaps, right? Uh, we try to implement HACCP and all advanced techniques. So end of the day, like everybody's in a kind of a mess, even the certification bodies, right? But if you go in a correct approach, that will be very easy. So that's why this entire program customized as per that particular requirement, right? So you understand the concept, you move on for the other one, right? Let's move on. You did the case study. Now the waste part. This is very easy. Procedure for hygienic waste handling. So depend on the waste type, how you're going to handle it, and separate storage area for waste. So normally you try to keep a separate storage area. Color coding for waste bin. I think someone has already communicated this part, right, at the beginning. Containers for waste and inedible or hazardous substance, waste management and removal, drain and drainage. So let's start to learn about this procedure for handling hygienic handling of waste handling. So what do you mean by procedure? What does procedure do actually? Say when you have a procedure, organization decide procedure, like maybe mainly executives or managers, they decide, okay, this is how we are going to handle the waste. So they will say, okay, green color waste bin can be food waste, and then maybe orange color will be metallic, and then you identify the color code, right? Then this particular point basically we missing in the industry. You need to communicate with the staff who actually does the work, right? And then you need to ask like them, okay, this is the procedure we develop. Do you think we can come, like you can follow this procedure, right? And then don't keep that procedure in English language. Convert it into a local language. In Sri Lanka, it's either Sinhala or Tamil. Like, sometimes we work in a different areas. Sometimes we have a multinational people. So, different countries like, Sri Lankan, Indian, Bangladesh, Indonesian. So we might need to convert into a different language and then communicate with them. And then do a test run, whether they can follow it. And then have a regular training program. And then once is agreed, you follow you say, okay, this is the agreed procedure, everybody should follow it, because you go through a foolproof system, right? Otherwise what happen is, normally what we do is like, you write a procedure by yourself, without getting a consultation help from the actual operator, right? Don't make this mistake. And then there's a big gap, the way that particular person work, and then what is your procedure. So when it's come to audit, auditors, what they do is they will go through the procedure and check whether this person is follow the procedure. Actually is not. Then it's a major violation. That will be a serious issue, right? So best to avoid that kind of a scenario. Just get a confirmation from the relevant operation person. So if it is waste, it can be anything, right? So how do you segregate it? Like, sometimes they might say, okay, I have a temporary storage place. When I work, I just put it everything into that temporary part, and then I transfer, right? So those information, or if you want to change it, change with the infrastructure, right? So this is very important part for hygienic waste handling. And then maybe they need to remove their glouses. Say for example, if it is a butchery, right? Person work in the butchery, after he complete his the work, in the kitchen, you talk butcheries, do the slaughtering and all. So then he has to change his entire clothes and come to another area, right? Or otherwise you have a separate person for that particular activities, right? And then separate storage area for waste. In hotel, uh, all of you are coming from food background. You have a lot of food waste. Do you think like there's a separate place or separate condition to keep the food waste in hotels? What do you think? In hotels, 4-star, 5-star, whatever the hotels, the waste, where do they keep? Is there anyone who went for internships in a hotel? Is there anyone? So where do they keep, supposed to keep the food waste? Because every hour there won't be a waste collectors coming. So once a day, right? So they come in morning or either evening. So when they come for a waste collection, until there should be such place. So do you think what are the conditions? So do you think like there should be a separate place or like they keep with other garbage? What do you think? Is there anyone who has some experience on the waste management? Separate, okay. Rishini, agreed with separate. Um, so what do you mean by separate? Like, separate area, or is this open area, or is it a kind of a control area? What do you think? Control area. So, Imaya, you said control area. What do you mean by control area? Just give me some input. What do you mean by control area? Away from production? Agreed. Can they keep just outside? Food waste? So I'm talking about food waste in hotel. Bashini, thank you very much. You have given a very detailed gap report for coconut oil based product potable water, right? So others can see, like, she basically identify potable water gaps, lighting gaps, boiler chemical gaps, air quality ventilation, temperature and humidity control, compressor air gaps. So see this, I'm like, when you have this kind of a gap report, it's very easy, right? Management can easily take action. Say coconut oil based product, potable water, no water quality test records done. So what we can do is, okay, get the test report, right? Drinking water tap near production area, contamination risk. So people go and drink, right? And then lighting, insufficient lighting in storage area. So maybe you can give indicator, light intensity is not measured. Flickering lights in packing section. Interesting. So it's very easy, right? So this detail uh, Bashini Shamalki, Shamil Ka, sorry, Bashini Shamil Ka. So your like your gap is very very interesting. So it's like give very clear understanding about the GMP requirement. So then the whole purpose of identifying gaps is what? You're supposed to take corrective action before you go for hazard, right? Very simple. So this is very detailed report. I think like people who are in the chat, they can see. So this is like Bashini. So thank you. It was very interesting and it's very detailed, right? This is what we want actually when you do the GMP gap, right? So now my question, back to my question. So hotel, you have a kitchen, you have a lot of food waste as a remaining, so as the byproduct, whatever, or maybe cleaning process. So where are you going to keep it? So it said like separate from production stores and raw material. Yeah, you need to. So the requirement is you need to have a separate AC room to keep wet garbage. We call wet garbage the food waste. Normally you need to keep under AC condition. Do you know this? Did you know this part? You don't, right? So you need to keep food waste, we call it wet waste, wet garbage, in a AC condition. Is there anyone who knows about this? No, right? Okay. So now when you go to the next time when you go to the good hotel, just check where you keep the wet garbage. It should be in AC condition, tile room, and a separate from like all the other areas. Right, not inside the kitchen. It is a separate area, right? So yeah, I'm like, there's a cleaning procedure, everything is there, but 24/7 AC is on in that particular area. Any reason for that? This should be like, you should be answer to this now. Why food waste, wet garbage kept in a different area under AC condition? Now you can use your knowledge, microbiological knowledge. Why it should kept under AC condition? Why is that? Yep. Reduce order formation due to what? One is pest, minimizing contamination, control microbiology activity. Yeah, agreed. Adishwa, yeah, why you try to control the temperature? Minimize the microbiological contamination, right? Microbiological activity. Yeah, agreed. So suppress the microbes. Ramini, yeah, you're yep. Hapuarachi, yep, all agreed, right? So all good. So you basically like understand. So it should be there. So it's an expense. It's an expense, right? But organization need to do that, right? So your wet garbage mainly kept in a AC control room with tile room, and other garbage are like separated as per ISO requirement and whatever, other paper waste or plastic waste, metallic waste, and all like those are open but separate areas, but wet garbage in a separate area, right? So that is one thing. And then your home, if you have a wet garbage, you need to have a separate area, right? And then color coding, waste, inedible or hazardous substance, chemical, other materials, and then removal, how fast you can remove these materials. And then most important, drains and drainage. So this is very important. Sometimes like industry, if you're using a uh, basis to get prayer condition room to stop batsman. Yeah, breaking down quickly, and then uh, Tekla, you need to add the slow down the micro growth as well. Right? So other than that, that is there. So there will be a drain line. So if it is not the dry production, tea plant, tea factories, you don't see a drain line. But I believe like everybody has seen the tea factories, right? Being a food student, right? So, but when you go to the loft, roller room, right? Roller room, you see humidifiers are there. It's kind of a wet area. So sometimes some industries, some factories, you can see some draining line in that. But normally, draining lines are not there, right? So that is one thing. And then second thing, what you call the metal like meat industry or milk industry, you can see like always there's a water flow. So when you have a drains, like even in the hotel kitchen, you have a drain. So there will be a separate control area, water will be drained, but there should be a control because pests cannot come. There will be a like kind of a control area has to be there, right? So this drain lines have there, and then this design has to be there. So when you do an inspection, when you do audit, you can't just run through the factory, right? You need to ask where are the drain lines, and then where is the drain inlet, where's the starting point. So if there's a starting point is is coming from the open area, all pests can come in through the drain line. So normally there will be a water jacket, kind of there's a gap, water gap there, so pests cannot come in. And then the drain, open drains are there, right? In toilet piston, you have there's a remaining water is there, so that will act as a kind of a barrier, right? So those things has to be there, right? So this is one area we need to be very careful. Drain, open drain. We can't have the open drain where the open drains are connected to other end. So those things are there. Right now, we are going to do another 5 minutes inspection. Now, just focus on these particular areas, right? Waste, waste handling, waste bins, inedible other waste, waste management removal, drains and drainage. Your kitchen or your industry. Now focus and do the gap study. Take 5 minutes. Is it clear, team? Team, is it clear? You only focus on this area, right? Nothing else. You're clear? Team, are you clear? You're going to do a gap study only focusing on this. Because these GMP concepts are too simple, and you easily tend to miss it out. But when you miss it out, the impact would be massive. Team, are you clear? You're going to do a gap study focusing only on this, your kitchen, whatever the industry you are. You're good? I didn't get any feedback. Are you good? Team, I'm not getting feedbacks. Guys, I need feedbacks. All right, okay. Now I'm getting. Right, good. So you take 5 minutes. Now it's 11:55. 12 o'clock, we're going to start this. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, great. So we are getting feedbacks. So kitchen wet not disposed properly within short period of time, decomposition and so now, like, in kitchen, we have some issues, right? Because some areas, your food garbage will be collected only once a day or once a week, like, once a day in a week, right? So whether you like it or not, you have to keep it 4 or 5 days, you have to keep it, right? So that is where the challenge. So it should not be acting as a kind of a contaminated source. Okay. So, okay, right. I think Sashini has given a detailed explanation, cost comparison. Yeah, when we addition, like, even kitchen, we don't have separate area, right? Like, we keep all the garbage inside. Then sometimes, like, you started to get smell, but we are quite used to that smell. Like, that's the issue, right? Close more, and then in our kitchen, like, there's no lid sometimes, no color codes, no collecting hazard. Yeah, fully agreed. But not my properly municipal collection is not properly. Sometimes, like, they will say they come on Wednesday, but they are not coming. So then you have to wait another 1 week. Area for waste removal, agreed. Chaka said in tea factory use waste as a fertilizer. Yeah. Yeah, tea dust and all, like, they use as a fertilizer. That's good thing, right? Uh, use cover beans and separate beans. Yeah, waste beans not label or in color labels. Yeah, I think like that's. I think we got a lot of inputs. So we got textile industry open on label bins, regular undocumented waste, removal, direct discharge, and yeah. See, now Siam is coming from textile industry. Are like, I think, like, you are looking for this 13.5 requirement, right? Medical device requirement. So when you go for medical device requirement, you have to make sure not up to this intensity, but certain level you need to cover the GMP requirement, right? So waste, food waste, the canteen waste, and then especially if you are handling the medical product, right? There are different areas, class 1, 2, and 3. There are kind. I think, like, in garment industry, we are mainly working on class 1, the low risk medical product, right? So that the separate guideline, like, FDA guidelines are there. So I'm not going to confuse with that. It bit advanced, but basic this if you know this GMP requirement is very easy, right? Uh, right. Dyes, colors, the pigment type of pigments, and then of course open draining. Especially if you have a dye house, like, you keep open drains and all, right? Yeah, this is interesting. Especially we have a big challenge, especially, like, garment industry. They don't go into this kind of a GMP requirement. They have a environmental friendly requirement. You have open environment. You make sure, like, you have a good ventilation with the natural air and all. But when you go to a GMP, the 13.5 requirement, there's a serious challenge, right? So we face several projects, so we know this part, right? Food waste or individual no seed routing, sometimes bins overflow. Yeah, in kitchen proper disposal of wet and dry waste cause bad odor, hygiene issue, especially, like, we don't have proper municipal system. Coconut kernel waste removal, irregular risk of cross contamination, pest attraction. Yeah, if you attack pests, that's another issue. Order. Uh, Here's the GMP gap analysis focusing only on the waste disposal and area. Seafood processing facility, waste disposal gap study, hygienic waste and no document SOP for handling. Yeah, seafood, high risk product, fish waste, byproducts, staff not trained on segregation of edible, off cut versus inedible waste. Interesting. segregate storage area for waste bin location too close to processing tables, risk of cross-contamination, no designated enclosed, because it's protein, right? Waste handling, color coding, and waste same color bins used for both organic container for waste bin handling, damage, waste management and removal, waste removal only once daily, causing odor and pest risk, no waste, volume tracking for monitoring disposal, drain, flood draining part. Yep, I think ISRO Disanayaka. So this is very interesting. So ISRO has in your chat you can see ISRO's feedback. Gap analysis focusing on the waste. So lot of informations are there. So this is very easy, right? So we need this kind of a detailed industry. Hansika also identify waste disposal practice in dairy industry. Use seal pest proof bins, remove solid waste. Yeah, in kitchen, not daily waste disposal, uh, not using cleaning labels or covered bins to avoid cross contamination. Coconut oil, okay. Bashini, hygiene waste handling, lack of clear procedure for safe and hygienic, segregated storage area, absence of designated storage area for different waste, color coding for waste bins, training. I think we are getting good. I think especially Bashini, and then I got feedback from Isuru. The way you identify the waste is really good, right? Because it's very interesting. Because you identify all the minor details. Uh, like especially we have issues like when you take undergrads for internships. Sometimes we go in a project with our team, and then we realize even though you have a theoretical knowledge, you studied for almost 3 to 4 years, but getting this kind of a detailed report, detailed analysis is not there most of the people. But Isuru and Bashini, if you can just go through their report, it's very interesting. I mean, like within given the short time, they identify a lot of information. So that is the kind of a requirement, right? So if you, I mean, under each and every area. So that's one thing. And then most important, now we are coming to equipment, right? So we start with outside. We came to the facility. We talk about the waste disposal part. We talk about the gullies and drainage system. So now we are coming to a manufacturing equipment, right? So let me go back. This, see, you can see this is the summary. You complete the facility. Now you come to equipment. So warehouse and people, right? So this is, if you can remember this summary, when you GMP, facility, equipment, warehouse, people, this is very easy. Now let's come to the equipment part, right? Now equipment. So equipment, there are kind of a requirement. It said protect product from microbe contamination, right? Maximizing cleaning effectiveness and reduce cleaning cost, right? So first thing, you have to make sure protect product from microbe contamination. So equipment cannot be a source for micro contamination, right? And then maximize cleaning effectiveness while reducing the cleaning cost, right? So this is very important because you can your cleaning cost will be sometimes is huge, depend on the industry, right? So we basically talk about uh, inert contact surface, your product contact surface, right? Smooth, non-porous, crevice free environment, accessible, cleanable, and minimum dead space. So we'll study what you mean by dead space, right? And then we talk about food grade materials, product contact surface, and then easy to clean and maintain cleaning plant, utensils and equipment, hygienic design principles, temperature control monitoring equipment, preventive corrective mechanism, right? And then maintenance and cleaning. Will come back to this first week, complete the equipment. So one thing, what do you mean by protect product from microbial contamination? See, normally, industry, we are not allowed to use like wood equipment. Why is that? Because moment you use the wood, like when you started to get wet and all, there's a chance of like micro contamination, right? Fungus can grow there very easily. Fungus can grow, right? That's one thing, right? And then second thing, if there's any gaps, like say for example now, if you're having a milk or whatever the product, like say sausage manufacturing, you have to make sure like you're using SS, particular type of SS, and then there's no gaps or like kind of a like cavity. Why? If there's a gap or cavity, those gaps and cavity can act as a kind of a like a harborage point for the microbes. So most of the time, like when you do a like when you're connecting the line, so using connecting X-ray quality lines. So after you do the welding part, you use the X-ray to check whether welding is perfect or not. Is there no gaps? Like especially in case of ice cream is made out of what? The water, oil, milk, and all, right? So if there's a small contamination, like what happened? Uh, you have to like clean the entire site. I'm like you can't identify where you get the problem. So until you solve the problem, like continuously you are getting like problem here and there. So you need to make sure you are basically meeting all the basic like manufacturing guideline, right? So the standard guideline, like the type of SS, welding quality, everything, right? And then normally we don't use any wood items. And then especially like cleaning part. And then sometimes like you use the connectors. I don't know, like we have some people from different industry, like coconut and all. So when you want to like connect line, they use rubber or plastic connectors, right? So those material has to be food grade. And then the challenging part, when it's not used, where are you going to keep those the connectors? That's another challenge. Because sometimes like you use these connectors in a different places, open areas where insect can go inside, even mice can go inside. What happens when you connect both end? Your product has so much of contamination. And when you do a CIP, what do you mean by CIP? We are going to learn that cleaning in place. So you have a heat, chemical, whatever. So when you do the CIP, you have to connect all the connectors and do the CIPs as well. So after you complete the CIP, you can't remove it, right? CIP connection has to be there, right? So this is very interesting, right? Insert contact surface, all the contact surface. Say for example, if you have a conveyor, product goes through a conveyor, that will contact as a contact surface, right? All contact surface has to be the food grade. So imagine if you ask food safety person from the industry, how many contact surfaces are there? Most of the people, they don't know. So first thing we need to know, what is our contact surface. So people might say, okay, all our contact surfaces are SS. So you have a mixing machine, and then once it's mixed, it goes through a like kind of a conveyor, right? Or maybe through a funnel. And this is not SS. It's made out of like different plastic or like different pet material, right? Or maybe you transfer that product into a kind of a container, or maybe you have a separate storage tank that is made out of PVC. So we should know that PVC is a food grade PVC, not industrial PVC, right? So those things are very important. Like you need to study your entire product life cycle, right? Not the life cycle, the circulation time, and what are the product contact surface, and then surface has to be smooth, non-porous, crevice free. So there should not be any crevice. And then the cleaning part, you should be able to clean entire operation, entire machine, right? There cannot be any hidden areas. And then what do you mean by dead space? Any idea what do you mean by dead space? Tim, what do you mean by dead space? Any idea what you mean by dead space? See, you have a single line, right? So you have a collection point here. So you have a tap and all. So when it's not working, this acts as a kind of a dead space, right? You have a line. So it's like ice cream, oil, whatever goes through this line. And then you have a collection line. So you open and take sample. That has to be there. But when you do a cleaning, what will happen? If you don't open this tap, what happened? There will be a remaining. It's remain in that particular area. Right, we call it dead space. So when you do a study in the industry, in line, there can be so much of dead space. So this dead space can actually happen as a areas that remain liquid after removal. Right. So this open line, like drain line, your sampling line, or sometimes some industries what they do is they do modification. So they cut the line, engineering team, and then they have a bypass. So then again, there's a small remaining part is there. So that again act as a kind of a dead space, right? So these dead space we need to study. So in industry, there shouldn't be a single dead space, but there should be some sampling collection point. So when you have a sample collection point, what you need to do is when you do a CIP, we are going to study that part, CIP part. We have to make sure that line is also open, it should not close, right? So this is interesting part, right? And then food grade material. So all food contact surface has to be a food grade, right? Either SS or you need to from your supplier. If it is a plastic, rubber, PVC, PVC tank, you need to get food contact surface, food contact certificate from your supplier, right? And then it should be easily clean, easily maintained, right? Now, I earlier mentioned even in manufacturing, you have normally you use vessel, right? Vessel to manufacture. Especially this is in cosmetic industry. You have a mixing vessel. What you do is you put a lot of all the ingredients, even even if you consider your what do you call mixture, like if you have a food mixture, right? You put all the food and then you mix it, right? Grind it can be similar. So when grind and all, like what you do is you mix it, grind it, and then you dismantle it and you do the cleaning, right? But imagine if that kind of a particular equipment you can't dismantle, take it out. How you going to monitor it? How are you going to clean it? Right? In lot of mixing equipment, especially cosmetic industry, you have these mixtures, you have ingredients, you add it, you mix it, and then you take out your product from the bottom valve, right? It like then there will be a remaining. So then you do the washing, but there's a certain part top of the lid you cannot wash, right? Because when you apply water, because you can't put a hose and apply, there's a we call a concept called spray ball. You can Google Kashani, under CIP we do this cleaning in place. So you have spray balls, like it automatically spread the chemicals, whatever. But there's a certain part on top of the spray ball, the water cannot be there, chemical detergent cannot be there. So those are the areas we need to be very careful, right? So when you go into the industry, just check the industry quality of your equipment and then ask for CIP, cleaning in place, and then check for the effectiveness of the cleaning part, right? So when you open and when you check thoroughly, you can see still some particles are remaining there. So those are very critical, right? So this is very important part, right? So when you go to the industry, when you start up, you try to understand, each and every equipment about the industry, right? So food grade, ECD cleaning plant, and then hygienic design principles, whether there's sometimes inside the machine you have some connectors, but in these connectors nobody knows whether food grade or not, right? And then temperature control and monitoring, sometimes some equipment they have a temperature monitoring, you have thermocouples, all these things are there. So these equipment can act as a kind of a harborage point, because in the machine you have pinpoint the temperature. So these are can remaining. And then preventive and corrective maintenance. What do you mean by preventive? So there should be a planned maintenance. Sometimes some equipment, what you do is after certain time you remove entire thing, grinder, you remove everything and then you clean up, you remove everything and then you dismantle and you do the cleaning. So then you can remove the remaining materials in the grooves. So that is very important. And then corrective maintenance mean if there's any defects, like sometimes while you are running, there will be a defects. So then engineering people will come. So then you have to take a decision whether to continue or not. So this is very important part, right? So this is equipment suitability. This is very important. And then maintaining and cleaning, documented cleaning schedules has to be there. Each and every cleaning schedule has to be documented. When you do CIP, cleaning in place, what is the temperature, what is the concentration of this? These are very important, right? So sometimes this is again, say for example, under CIP process, you use some chemicals, right? See some acid and then base wash, and then you have to make, and then you do a water wash, and then you have to make sure you are cleaning chemical, not that as a contamination. Imagine after you do a base wash and all, if there's a base remaining in the product line, that will act as a kind of a contamination. So you have to have a thorough number of water wash, and then you have to make sure the pH level. Normally, like what we do is we take the final rings and send a sample to a lab and get the clearance, and then same time that final sample we might do a microbiological analysis. So microbiological analysis we might take time, but you need to validate, right? So this is this verification and validation. What do you mean by verification and validation? So I think like earlier someone basically in previously wrote about the verification and validation. Can you tell me what do you mean by verification? What do you mean by validation in terms in line with the cleaning equipment? I don't need the definition. I don't need the definition, right? You can Google and get me the definition. But I want the feedback. What do you mean by cleaning verification? What do you mean by cleaning validation? Can I get the feedback? Can I get the feedback? What do you mean by cleaning verification? What do you mean by cleaning validation? Team, what do you mean by cleaning verification? What do you mean by cleaning verification? The procedure has done with all steps is verification. Doing that all with the required standard and quality is validation. By microbiological and pH testing can be verify the cleaning. Okay. Check to ensure cleaning is done properly every time. Validation set the standard. Verification confirm ongoing cleanliness. Verification control both are essential for safety. I agree. Validation makes standard cleaning procedure method. Verification tests whether the cleaning is going okay. Samir, you are almost there, right? Cleaning validation proves the cleaning method works well every time. Cleaning verification checks that the equipment is clean after each cleaning. Yeah, I agree. Guys, you're almost there, right? See, cleaning validation is formal documentation where formal standard cleaning method available. Verification, checking on, confirming, cleaning, documented while cleaning, validation, making standard procedure. Okay. Checking on, make sure. See, guys, like, let me go, let me help you. See, cleaning verification, say, for example, now you have a blender, right? So you have a procedure for verification, cleaning. So you said, like, procedure said, okay, you need to remove it, like, put, like, say, 100 ml water, wash it, and then put maybe 10 ml of detergent with 100 ml water. So there's a procedure. So, and then put it and then wash it. So if you're following the procedure, is a verification, right? Like, you have a specification, you follow the specification, right? Validation means after you complete the cleaning, what is your expectation? If you do a swab analysis, there's no microbes, right? That's why you clean it. And when you do, if you do a like organoleptic smell test, there's no smell coming up from the blender, whatever. So that we call validation. So validation is like, whether your process has been done perfectly. So that's the validation part. So when you do a cleaning, somebody will verify whether cleaning steps has been done correctly. Your pH level, temperature, whatever. Validation is like, end outcome of that particular step. So you have to make sure there's no chemical contamination, no microbe, or no soil, no pH different. So that's the validation part, right? I hope you understand that part. Yeah? Team, you're good? Team, you're good? You got the difference between verification and validation? Yep. Carbon is okay. Others? Yeah, okay. Yep. All right. Team is quite okay, right? Right. Let's move on. So now you know the next step. Now you have to do a case study based on equipment. So maybe you can take kitchen equipment, right? Just focus on the equipment part, not anything else. Just focus on the equipment part. The surface, smoothness, accessible, cleaning, minimum dead space, right? Cleaning effectiveness, food grade material. If you don't know whether you are food grade, say it's open. Hygienic designing, like, say sometimes, like, even at your home, you have like, cups with certain, like, gaps and all, right? Maybe there are areas you can't wash. That's a problem, right? And then temperature control monitoring equipment, and then, like, even fridge, like, your door gazettes, right? So those are important part. So now, like, and then whether you have a cleaning schedule and have you done a verification validation part. So this is the area right now. Can you focus on this? I'll give 5 minutes. Are you working on this? Team, you good? Okay, I think Achini has sent cleaning validation is one-time process. Cleaning verification is the ongoing process, confirming that the previous validation method. Yeah, Achini, like, we have to agree because see, sometimes, like, when you do a CIP, you do analysis. You just can't say one time because you do analysis and say, okay, this particular supplier, this reagent, this concentration, okay, it kills all the bacteria, whatever the germs there are. And then if you run for 45 minutes at this temperature, uh, then you get a result from micro lab, is clean. So then you agreed on the procedure. So that's the procedure validation. That's you do once in lifetime. But then moment when you change the supplier or chemical type, whatever, then again you have to do. But for the cleaning and validation part, like, cleaning verification, somebody QA must go and check whether they have followed the procedures. And then like every year, here and there, like, some organization, like, twice a week, they do the analysis, validation part. Microbiological people go take the sample and analyze and give the feedback. So then they see the cleaning effectiveness. So that is ongoing process. But if you identify the process, for the process validation is one time, unless there's certain change. It can be supplier, chemical, equipment changes. Yep. Team, can we do a study now? Only focusing on equipment? Can we do this? Team, can we do this? It's only me. Others, what about others? Are you guys tired now? All right, okay. So others, you can do. So 12:30, 12:35, we'll start this. Right, okay. Tim, are you done? Spice processing plant, crackers in cracks in grinders, mix strap spice, reduce residues and moisture. Yeah, increasing microbiological risk. Equipment with blend spot, example, holy rolls, prevent full sanitation. Some equipment. So spice processing plant, I think this is a different. Rasanjani, thank you. I think when sometimes when you talk about the cleaning, we only talk about the wet cleaning, right? The CIP and all that. So here spice, we talk about like mainly dry cleaning, right? Equipment blend spot with reactive metals, right? And that corrodes or leach into spice. No fixed schedule for disassembling. Yeah, gas cut blades not removed regularly. See, in spice processing plant, like we might have issue sometimes, the metal particle is the main problem. So we might not have the metal detectors as a detective mechanism. Same time, we don't check them, the blades. So the moment when you open and see the blades, right, you get shock, right? I mean, you can't see the teeth and all gone. So when you starting in the industry, I mean, you have an opening, right? So you go and check all these gaps. Bashini has GMP gaps in equipment suitability for coconut oil based product, food grade material. No food grade surface or materials in contact with coconut oil may lead to a, yeah, sometimes the way you carry the coconut oil, and then the can, the tin, 200-liter tins. So sometimes you keep coconut oil there, but you don't know the previously it was done by some chemicals, right? So you need to have a full traceability, essence of cleaning. Equipment with complex design or poor cleanability and harbor residues, increasing contamination. Yeah, cleaning, hygienic design, lack of smooth, crevice-free surface or improper draining, promotion or microbe growth. Yeah, we notice this. Temperature control, inadequate monitoring or unstable temperature control may decrease coconut oil quality. Yeah, because you get the rancidity, right? If you don't maintain the temperature. Maintain practice, missing preventive maintenance, because sometimes due to high production capacity, people say, okay, I can't go with the preventive, especially if you are using the pumps, right? So that is one thing. Tikla, right? All equipment in tea factory must be clean often, stop dirt and germs. Taking care of machine helps keep the tea good. Equipment should be checked and cleaned on stop them from breaking. Some machines like color sorter can be cleaned with air to blow away dust and then tea bits without hurting the machine. Yeah, if you have a color sorter, the tea mixing, other machines need water to wash off strict dirt. So, like roller rooms and all, like you use water, but after after drying, you always use the air, right? Yeah, that's agreed. Remove dust and TDs without damaging the machine. Shanika, ice cream factory. Okay, interesting. Uh, some tanks are stainless steel but have scratch where replace or repolish, ensure all food contact surface ISS. Yeah, she just mentioned 304316. Just check which one is suitable, because there are some SS material used for based on the type of the acidity, whatever, and then sometimes depend on the friction, easy of cleaning. Some freezers required complex dismantling, modify for easy access. Yeah, lubrication and contamination prevention. Motors, gearbox near open product area without covers. Yeah, food grade lubricant and install protective covering. Temperature control, it's very important in ice cream factory. Factory temperature, faulty temperature display unit, calibrate or regular, maintain. Yeah, I think this feedback, Shanika, and then Bashini, these feedbacks are really good, right? Like really good gap report. So the management can take, and then Isuru, seafood processing, protect product from micro. Processing tables have rust. Okay, yeah. Processing tables have rust, spots, and peeling paint increasing. So imagine like your product with the paint pieces, right? Knives and cutting boards stored. Yeah, I think this is really good. So there are really good gap report, right? Team, like whole purpose of having this chat and WhatsApp group and all. So you can, when I give some feedback, others also go back and check about the the important points there, so you can easily learn. And then here, we have different people now. A few people talk about medical device, few people talk about cosmetics, some ice cream, some tea, some seafood, and some oil. So now we are, in this program we discuss a lot of industries, right? So then all the industry related GMP requirements. So this is very interesting. So in chat also, manual cleaning, CAP, contact surface, HV potential for microgrowth, may have food grade material. So economic and education, household plenty dead. In household we have plenty of dead space. Verification is validation not done, right? Okay. So our validation is done, using, the humans, right? So when somebody make food in home, if it is not in line with the standard, you ended up with stomach problem, right? So that is automatically it will become your validation step, right? Right. Okay. So now it's clear. Let's move on. We covered that part. Case study 4, purchase material. This is very interesting. Now, the normal hazard-based GMP requirement does not cover this purchase requirement, right? It doesn't cover. So it's basically said, mainly focusing on the minimum GMP requirement, your work environment, your equipment, and then people and the storage. Somebody wants to ask some question, or Asha, you want to ask some question? And Patirana, you have question? I believe no question, right? I think it's the previous one. Right. So then purchase material, this under Codex Alimentarius, this was not that focus, but under TS, FSSC, BRC guideline, the basic GMP, PRP requirement, this is very strong. Selection and management of supply is very important. Incoming material requirement, raw ingredient packing. See, this is where, lot of people made a real mess, right? If you don't identify your supplier, right? And then supply approval list. If you don't have this, that will be a serious issue, because, see, for example, uh, sometimes, I'll take one example. If you're bringing a material, some material, and then you don't have facility to do a heavy metal testing, right? So then what you do is you will be 100% depend on your supplier about their report, right? So supplier will say, okay, with this particular product, there's no heavy metal. He will issue a certificate of analysis. We call COA. So we depend on that. And then we use that particular material to manufacture our product. And then what happen if there's a contamination, and once you develop your product, we'll say you manufacture some, or we'll say some chocolate kind of a product. You have oil and all kind of a thing. You manufacture, we'll say ice cream. And then for ice cream, you have so many ingredients, the flavors kind of a thing. So flavor, you just depend on your supplier, his certificate, and say, okay, I accept it, and then I'll manufacture. So and somebody check your ice cream and say there's a heavy metal in your ice cream, right? Now what are you going to do? You can't go back and blame the supplier because it's your product. Ultimately, you are vulnerable. You are legally, you are caught giving a product with product with the heavy metal, right? So this is where the supply evaluation part is there. So approve supply list. So depend on the product and the product risk. You need to identify the supplier and then you need to evaluate the supplier. So this supply approval can be different. Either you depend on their ISO certificate or depend on your test result. Or if it is very critical, you analyze those results. Sometimes some scenarios like you like the person who are dealing with not actually the supplier, right? He's actually an agent. So he's bringing few product from different people and collate and give it to you. So you need to understand all these requirements and then you have a system of approving suppliers. So depend on the risk factor. You might say, is it ISO requirement? Is it HACCP requirement? Is it test requirement? Or is it you go and audit the supplier? So depend on those requirements. So one advantage is ISO system doesn't ask I'm like it said that you need to have a supply approval system only. So you need to show them, oh, this is my supply approval system. But when it goes to BRC or FSSC, they will say all your suppliers has to have certification in line with GFSI. So they need to test their product using accredited lab. That's a mandatory requirement. So if they want to test pesticide, right? If they want to test pesticide, their test report is actually coming from pesticide accredited lab. I know you know the difference between certification and accreditation, right? Say if I said our company Halcyon or whatever is ISO certified, mean entire scope is certified for ISO. But laboratory they can't say I'm certified for ISO 17025 accreditation. They had to say under ISO 17025, these are the tests I accredited. Say any given lab, they do 100 number of tests, but they can't go for like 100 test accreditation. So there are good labs. So they will identify what are the key requirement, what are the key customer requirement, and then they go for accreditation for that particular test requirements. Right. So when you go for FSSC, so standard said, look, you have to get the results testing done from an accredited lab who can do this particular testing. So that is very important, right? So you identify your supply list, approval list with the approval criteria, and then you supply audit. So it audit can it can be you go and do the audit on behalf of your organization, or maybe you hire somebody second party audit, or you depend on the third party audit, or maybe test results. So it doesn't matter, but you need to depend on the risk factor you identify, supply controls, and then you have a specification. Then you need to make sure how you're going to control this specification and supply approval. So this is a key area, key risk area, because if you have garbage in, your product will be garbage out, right? So you try to have a nice gate control over your selection of supplier, right? This is very important part. Now, very short but very interesting. Now we are going to do a supply evaluation. So people who from home do a supply evaluation for your kitchen. So you are getting so much of product, high risk product. The fruits, are you sure about your fruit? Right? Where did you get it? Right? Maybe you are getting meat, you are getting the fish, or you're getting vegetable, right? You are getting coconut oil, right? So those are the list of suppliers are there. So are you okay with this? So when you do analysis, you get really shocked. People from industry, just check. So we have friend from oil. So maybe you are getting your own oil mills and then you are getting oil from your suppliers. There could be some outside parties. And then there's fish. You are getting fish from different people, right? So we have a friend from cosmetic. So list of ingredient. Most of the ingredients you are bringing from overseas, right? So how do you identify that? Or maybe if you're having a herbal product, what is your supply assurance? So identify this. This is the challenging part. So can I give 5 minutes? Tim, can I give 5 minutes? Focus on this area. See, end of the program, you should be able to do a serious gap study in any industry. When you join the industry, you should be able to do that. So this is the whole purpose. So then you know entire GMP. And then if you do a proper GMP, it's very easy. Then organization easily can do, has a ISO 22000, FSSO, whatever they want, right? Very easily they can do, right? If you don't have this proper GMP, that will be a serious mess. Yep, you got it? Team, can we do this? I know you guys a bit tired now, but let's finish it off. So now we are getting to a very interesting area. So short and then we'll be fast tracking these case studies, because without case studies it's pointless. Team, are you good? Come on, guys, are you good? Samini, what about you? You good? Abekon? Astra, you good? Team, we are good. Yeah, Patranaya is good. Astra, you're good? Ranjit, what about you? Ranjit Bhagavat. Kumudu? Janani? Are you good? Sahan, are you good? Yeah. Kumudu, thank you. Naveen, very good. Okay. Kavindu, Hironi? Hashanika, you guys good? With me, Navodika, you're good? Sajib, all good? Tarundi, team. Okay, so let's do this. So you have 5 minutes. So 12:52, 12:57 will start. So we got feedback from SA saying material in food industry. Cross-contamination in same utensils for raw cooking food. Yeah, vegetable, poor hygiene. So gap in nutrition step, lack of clear standard operation procedures for routine operation, cross-contamination risk exists due to adequate segregation of samples. Yeah, that is critical. We are going to discuss about the cross-contamination as well. But person hygiene measures for lab staff, PPE, hand washing, waste disposal. Yeah. So this will be a kind of a bit challenging for you because it could be a new area for you. Thinking of suppliers, so you have to think how you're going to monitor, how you're going to get their feedback. Just think something. This is very important. See, this is even comes under GMP, right? So imagine GMP is not that simple. A lot of informations are there. So I think I'll give time to focus. So another 4 minutes. So, got feedback, Sachini, in-house kitchen source verification, buying ingredient from trusted, hygienic and certified supplier, quality controlling, ensuring freshness, cleanliness and safe handling of raw material, vegetable and meat, storage condition, checking packing and expiration. Yeah, accepting items. Yes, that's we can do at home, right? Minimizing contamination, avoiding suppliers who use excessive chemicals or unhygienic practice, sustainability focus, prioritizing local and environmental friendly product. Yeah, agreed. Uh, uh, and then pharmaceutical company, lack of transparency in supply process. So that is another risk of non-complement on complement or subsidiary raw material which are not recognized. In food processing company, risk of considering food safety standard like hazard, verify that supply safe protocol, okay, free from hazard. Yeah, the Shashi, the problem is now how do we know whether the supplies are free from hazard and all that? That's the challenging. Dairy product company